Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I remember those nights clearly, even years later, like they were carved into my memory with sharp edges. Back then, when I was in high school, me and my friends had this strange fascination with places that gave off a creepy vibe. We weren't really into ghosts or anything supernatural. We just liked the feeling of being somewhere a little off the beaten path, a little isolated, a little unsettling. One of our favorite spots was this road outside of town called Peanut Road. At least, that's what everyone called it. I honestly never saw a street sign, and even now, I'm not sure if that was its real name or just some local nickname. Peanut Road was out in the middle of nowhere. The kind of place where the streetlights stopped long before you got there, and all you could see were trees lining a narrow road that seemed to go on forever. The stories about the place were always a little vague, but unsettling. The main one, the one we heard the most, was that Peanut Road had been a dumping ground for bodies years ago. No one really knew for sure, but the rumor made it the perfect spot for our late-night adventures. We'd pile into a car, usually my friend's beat-up old sedan, and head out there when there was nothing else to do, especially during the summer when school was out. The road leading up to the spot we called the dumping site was lined with these old oak trees. They weren't just regular trees, though. Their branches twisted and curled over the road, forming almost a tunnel of thick, gnarled wood. The sunlight barely made it through the thick canopy, leaving everything below in a kind of dim twilight. The ground was littered with dead leaves and broken twigs that snapped under our feet were the tires of the car. It was quiet there, too quiet, except for the occasional rustle of small animals or the distant call of a crow. The silence felt heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. At the end of that tree tunnel, the road opened up into a clearing. On one side, there was an empty pasture, just grass stretching out, dotted with the occasional wildflower or patch of weeds. On the other side, a river bent around the edge of the clearing, its banks thick with overgrown woods and underbrush. The river wasn't wide, but it moved fast enough to make a constant rushing sound that seemed to fill the space, mixing with the wind in the trees. We always parked near that clearing, near the spot where the road curved and disappeared into the woods. That's where the dumping site was supposed to be, at least according to the rumors. Despite the stories, we never found any bodies, thankfully. But Peanut Road was strange in ways we didn't expect. Over time, we came across some things that were just off. Things that didn't make sense and felt like someone was leaving behind pieces of a puzzle we couldn't solve. The weirdest and most disturbing was the day we found the decapitated calf. We were driving out there one afternoon, the sun high and bright in the sky, when one of us, I think it was Mike, spotted something lying in the grass near the edge of the pasture. We stopped the car and got out to take a closer look. At first, it looked like a dead animal, but when we got closer, we realized it was a calf, freshly killed. The body was mostly intact, lying on its side, but the head was missing. The neck was a clean, sharp stump, almost like someone had cut it off with a chainsaw. There was fresh blood around the wound, dark and wet, and the smell was sharp and coppery in the air. It was so clean a cut it didn't look like some messy animal attack or a butcher job. It was deliberate and precise. We stood there in silence for a long time, just staring. The calf hadn't been there long, maybe an hour at most. The sun was still warm, but the blood hadn't dried yet. Nobody said much. We didn't touch it, just took it all in. The pasture was quiet except for the faint sound of the river and a breeze rattling the oak leaves in the distance. No birds, no animals. It felt like the world was holding its breath again. That sight left a mark on me. It was the first time Peanut Road stopped feeling like just a weird, creepy place and started feeling like something darker was really happening there. It wasn't about ghosts or old stories anymore. It was real. Another strange thing we found there, a few months later, was a pile of old mail. We stumbled upon it almost by accident. It was sitting at the side of the road, half in a muddy puddle near some bushes. The letters were spilling out of an old, weathered mail bag, the kind of heavy canvas sack that a mail carrier would have used back in the day. The envelopes were soaked through and muddy, the paper soft and fragile. Most of the letters were still sealed, with the glue on the envelopes worn away, but somehow never opened. I picked up a few, brushing mud off carefully. They were all addressed to the same family, a house somewhere close to town, but no one we knew. The postmarks were from the early 1960s, over 50 years old. The letters were bland, mostly talking about the weather, who had hay fever, what someone got for their birthday. Nothing important, nothing urgent. Just everyday life from decades ago. We never found out how the mail got there. The mailbag looked like it had been dropped or thrown out deliberately. Why had it never been delivered? Why was it out there in the middle of nowhere, in the mud, forgotten? We kept the letters, at least a few of them, and I still have 2 that I hid away in my drawer years later. They're faded and yellowed, but they remind me of that strange place and the quiet mystery it holds. There were other odd things, too. Tracks that didn't seem to belong to any normal animal, huge like a bear's, but the shape was wrong. Strange symbols scratched into tree bark, too faint to make out, but definitely not natural. Bits of broken glass, old rusty tools, and sometimes the faint smell of smoke lingering in the air, like someone had made a fire there not long before. One night, we were out there late, the stars bright above, and the road empty except for us. We'd parked near the clearing, sitting in the car and listening to music, daring each other to get out and walk through the tree tunnel alone. No one wanted to do it at first, but eventually I found myself stepping out onto the cracked pavement, the cold wind brushing my face. I looked down the road into the dark tunnel of oaks, shadows shifting with the moonlight. The branches twisted overhead, almost like claws reaching down. I didn't walk far before I felt it, something watching me from the woods, just beyond the edge of the clearing. I couldn't see anything, but the feeling was intense, like eyes boring into me from the darkness. I hurried back to the car, my heart pounding, and slammed the door shut. We didn't stay long that night. Driving away, the headlights cut through the dark, the twisted trees fading behind us. We never saw anything concrete, no shape or figure, but the feeling stayed with me. That Peanut Road wasn't just a place people told stories about. It was a place where something had happened, and maybe was still happening, just out of sight. Years later, I went back once more, driving slowly down that twisting road, trying to find the spots where we'd found the calf and the mail. The trees still formed that dark tunnel, and the pasture was just as empty. The river still bent quietly beside the road. The world felt different now, quieter, heavier. I didn't find any new clues, no fresh mysteries. Just the same silence. Looking back, Peanut Road wasn't some haunted place full of ghosts or monsters. It was a place where real things had happened, real cruelty, real secrets. The calf's head cut off so cleanly. That wasn't a story or a legend. That was a real act, something deliberate and dark. The mail left to rot in the mud wasn't some trick or prank. It was the leftover pieces of people's lives, forgotten and abandoned. The strangest thing about Peanut Road wasn't what we saw. It was what we never saw, the people who had left those pieces behind, and why. What had driven someone to kill an animal like that and leave it in a pasture? Why had a mailbag full of letters ended up in the mud, never delivered? And maybe most chilling of all, why did the feeling of being watched never really go away? I stopped going out there after high school. Some of my friends still did. But for me, Peanut Road became a memory of something real and unsettling. A reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't made up. They're just hidden in places no one wants to talk about. Even now, when I'm driving late at night and the road is empty and dark, I think about that twisted tunnel of oak trees and the empty pasture beside the bending river. I think about that calf and the letters in the mud and the feeling of eyes watching me from the shadows. Peanut Road isn't a story you tell around a campfire. It's a place you remember, and maybe one you try never to visit again. It was just after 12:30, maybe closer to 1 in the morning, and I was driving home from the theater. My friends and I had gone out to see The Conjuring, which had just been re-released for some kind of horror classics night. I'd seen it before, but I liked the atmosphere of late-night horror movies in the theater. Something about watching scary stuff with a crowd of people made it feel safer, like whatever you saw on screen couldn't actually follow you home. Strength in numbers, or something. The movie ended just before midnight, and we all stood around outside for a bit, joking and poking fun at how jumpy we'd gotten during the movie. I remember someone was smoking, and someone else kept checking the time, saying they had work in the morning. We eventually split off to our cars and headed out. I didn't live far, maybe a 10-minute drive, depending on lights. I usually cut through the downtown area on my way back. It wasn't really necessary, but I liked the route. The buildings were old, historic looking, and at night, the dim orange glow of the streetlights made the brick and stone feel a little haunted, but in a charming way. It was the kind of place people took pictures of in the fall, with dead leaves on the sidewalks and soft lighting that made everything feel timeless. On Saturday nights, downtown usually stayed busy past midnight. There were a few bars that kept people out late, one of the busiest being the Grove. It was kind of a trendy place, with live music on the weekends and a patio that wrapped around the corner of the building. People liked to hang out there, even if they weren't drinking. Sometimes I'd see couples sitting on the curb outside, eating late-night food from the taco truck that parked nearby. Even in winter, people gathered there, puffing clouds of breath into the cold air, their laughter echoing down the street. But that night was different. As I approached the intersection where the Grove sat on the corner, I noticed something was off before I even reached the red light. There were no people outside, no crowd, no cigarette smoke drifting over the sidewalk, no laughter or shouting, no music filtering through the open patio doors. The place looked open, lights on, front door cracked like it always was, but no one was around. It was a Saturday night, and the busiest spot downtown looked like it had been evacuated. I slowed down a bit as I pulled up to the red light. My headlights lit up the crosswalk and part of the sidewalk. That's when I saw her. There was a woman standing alone on the far side of the intersection, on the sidewalk to my right. She was about 20 feet from my car, standing close to the edge of the curb, but not crossing. She didn't move. She didn't fidget or look at her phone or glance around. She just stood there, completely still, her head tilted up at an angle, maybe 45 degrees, like she was watching something high in the sky, a little further down the road I was heading. Her posture was strange, too stiff. Her arms were straight at her sides, and her neck craned just enough to make her silhouette look a little off. I couldn't see her face clearly because of the angle, and the way my headlights were aimed, it left her partly in shadow. But I could tell she wasn't blinking or adjusting her position. It was like she was frozen. I kept watching her while I waited at the red light. At first, I thought maybe she was high, or drunk, or just lost in thought. But something about the way she stared, so locked in, made the hair on my arms stand up. The light turned green. I hesitated, still watching her, then slowly started to drive forward. As I passed her, I almost expected her to turn and look at me. Just a quick glance, some kind of acknowledgement that she was aware of her surroundings. But she didn't. She kept staring upward, focused on something I couldn't see, her eyes fixed on that one point in the sky. I drove past, glancing at her in my side mirror until I couldn't see her anymore. I kept thinking about her as I drove further into the quiet part of downtown. It was just strange. I tried to come up with explanations that made sense. Maybe she was waiting for someone. Maybe she was on something and just out of it. Maybe she was just weird. It's a free country, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something about her wasn't right. I kept driving. The road curved slightly to the left and past a few more old buildings. An antique shop, a small coffee place, an empty lot where a hardware store used to be. The streetlights spaced out a little here, so there were longer stretches of darkness between the pools of orange light. No cars behind me, none coming toward me. Everything felt dead. Then I saw him. About 3 or 4 blocks from where I'd seen the woman, there was a man standing alone on the opposite sidewalk, on my left this time. He was standing the exact same way. Arms at his sides, feet planted evenly, back straight, and head tilted up at that same 45-degree angle, staring into the sky. And here's the thing, he wasn't facing me. He was facing the direction I had just come from, facing back toward where I'd seen the woman. Just like her, he didn't move, didn't shift his weight or glance around, or even seem to breathe. Just stood there, eyes locked on that same empty patch of sky. I drove past him slower than I probably should have. I stared at him, half expecting him to break the stillness, to look at me, to blink or turn or adjust his footing. But he didn't. Just like the woman, he seemed completely detached from the world around him. The coincidence was too exact. The way they were spaced apart, their matching postures, both of them alone and staring into the sky in opposite directions. It made my chest feel tight. The road I was on wasn't long, maybe a mile total through the main part of downtown. But something about those two people made it feel like I was trapped in a loop. Like I'd driven through some filter where the rules of regular nighttime driving didn't apply anymore. I kept going. I turned off downtown and into a residential area. The houses here were older too, single-story homes with porches and hedges, driveways with cracked concrete, and wind chimes swaying from wooden beams. Normally it felt peaceful here. Safe. But my brain wouldn't settle. I kept looking out the windows, checking the sidewalks, half expecting to see another person standing frozen under a street lamp, staring into the sky. But there was no one. Just the quiet buzz of the tires on the pavement and the low hum of my engine. My fingers were tight on the steering wheel, and I noticed I was sitting up straighter than usual, shoulders tense like I was waiting for something to jump out at me. I turned the radio on low, just to fill the silence. Some local station was playing soft classic rock. I didn't even hear the lyrics, just needed something to make it feel less like I was alone in a world where people stood in the dark and stared at the sky. When I got home, I pulled into my driveway and sat in the car for a moment, headlights aimed at my closed garage door. I didn't want to get out right away. It felt like I'd brought something back with me. Not a ghost or a curse or anything stupid like that, just a question I couldn't shake. What were they looking at? I thought about going online, maybe checking the news, but I didn't even know what to search for. People staring at sky downtown, weird posture people in middle of night. It felt ridiculous. I couldn't even explain it to myself in a way that didn't sound dumb. I went inside, locked the door behind me, and looked out the peephole for way longer than necessary, just in case. The next morning, I walked down to get coffee at the shop near my street. Normal people were out and about, dog walkers, couples with strollers, joggers with earbuds. It made me feel stupid for how unsettled I'd been. I figured maybe I was just on edge from the movie, or maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing being weirder than it actually was. Brains are weird like that at night. But when I got to the coffee shop, I overheard two people talking near the window. They were talking about some kind of odd power surge downtown the night before. Apparently, some of the streetlights had blinked out all at once, and a few businesses had their alarms tripped without reason. It lasted less than a minute, but people noticed. I asked the barista if they heard anything about it, and they said yeah, something happened around 1 a.m. Probably just a glitch or a transformer issue. They shrugged it off. I didn't say anything. I just stirred my coffee, sat down, and stared out the window. The truth is, I never found out what those people were looking at. There was nothing on the news. No reports. No online posts that matched what I saw. It was like it hadn't happened. But I think about it every time I drive past that intersection. Every time I pass the spot where the man was standing. I wonder if someone else saw them. I wonder if they were real people or something else entirely. But not in a paranormal way. Just in a disconnected way. Like they were observing something the rest of us weren't invited to see. Like they knew something was above us, and the only thing they could do was stand there and watch it. And the weirdest part is, I've started catching myself looking up at the sky more often. Not in the same way. Not frozen or stiff. Just curious. Watching for something that probably isn't there. Probably. The sun was starting to dip low when we pulled off the highway and onto the dusty, uneven road that led us deeper into the Ocala National Forest. The heat still lingered heavy in the air, but there was a faint breeze carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. I was with a small group of friends, just 3 others, and we had planned a simple weekend of camping, drinking some beer, and escaping the noise of the city. Nothing fancy, just tents, a campfire, and the wide-open Florida wilderness. We found a clearing not far from a shallow creek, the perfect spot to set up. The ground was soft with pine straw, and around us, the trees rose tall and straight, their trunks thick and bark rough. It was quiet, except for the chirping of cicadas and the occasional rustle of leaves. We pitched our tents in a loose circle, made a fire pit with some stones, and cracked open the beers. The sun fell behind the horizon, and as twilight took hold, the forest seemed to come alive in a different way. Shadows lengthened, and the colors around us deepened. We decided to take some shrooms that night. I'd taken psychedelics before, enough times to know how to stay calm and collected. For me, the trips had never been bad. The world just looked different, colors brighter, sounds richer, thoughts flowing in waves. The others were in good moods too, laughing and sharing stories, the firelight flickering over their faces. As the night deepened, the shrooms took hold. The world shifted. The fire seemed to breathe. The trees bent and stretched in slow motion, and the sky was a swirling canvas of stars. I felt peaceful. It was one of those moments where everything seemed connected, like the forest and the sky, and the people around me were all parts of a bigger whole. The kind of feeling you don't get in the city. After a couple of hours, the intense part of the trip faded. The colors softened, the shapes stopped moving, and I started to feel more like myself again. I was still buzzed, both from the shrooms and the beers, but mostly calm. I wanted some fresh air and a moment to think, so I told the others I was going for a walk. I grabbed my jacket, stepped away from the firelight, and walked down the narrow trail that led away from camp. The night was still and quiet, except for the occasional call of an owl far off in the distance. I pulled out a cigarette and lit it, the orange glow briefly lighting my face as I took a slow drag. The smoke curled up into the air, mixing with the faint mist that was starting to form. I walked slowly, taking deep breaths, thinking about life, the usual kind of pondering that comes when you're alone with nothing but nature and your thoughts. I wasn't scared. I'm not the kind of person to get jumpy in the woods. I've always been calm and level-headed, even in situations where other people might panic. I had been on enough trips, alone and with friends, to know how to keep a clear head. But tonight, something was different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I had this creeping feeling, like I was being watched. Not by a person necessarily, but something was there, just beyond the edge of my sight, just behind the thick tangle of trees and brush. I stopped walking and looked around carefully. The forest felt denser here, the pine trees giving way to heavier oaks and palms. The moon was low, barely casting enough light to see more than a few feet in front of me. I tried to shrug off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks after the shrooms. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it grew stronger. It was like a weight pressing on the back of my neck, like there was a pair of eyes tracking every step I took. I turned quickly, scanning the trees and shadows behind me, but saw nothing. Still, I knew I wasn't alone. That's when I decided to head back to camp. The beer had settled in, the trip was fading, and the thought of being alone out here suddenly felt less comfortable. I turned around, trying to keep calm, and started retracing my steps. The path back was uneven, covered with fallen branches and pine needles that muffled my footsteps. The forest seemed quieter now, like everything was holding its breath. I took a deep breath and focused on the trail, trying to ignore the feeling growing in my chest. About 20 yards from the campsite, I stopped to take a leak behind a large palmetto bush. I was halfway through when I caught it, a pair of eyes staring back at me. They weren't the kind of eyes I was used to seeing out here. Deer eyes would reflect green or yellow at night. Coyotes might have smaller, sharper eyes, and raccoons had that distinct mask shape. But these eyes, they were different. Larger, rounder, and they sat way too high off the ground, at least 6 or 7 feet up. I froze, my stream slowing as my heart hammered in my chest. I squinted through the darkness, trying to make out what was holding those eyes. For a moment, I thought it was a person, maybe someone else camping or out hiking, but no one made sense here. None of my friends had gone that far, and this spot was deep enough that random people didn't just wander through. The creature didn't move at first. It held my gaze, unblinking, silent. Then, slowly, it turned away and disappeared into the thicker woods beyond the palmetto thickets. The branches barely rustled as it vanished, and for a second, I thought maybe I imagined it. I stumbled back toward camp, fumbling with my pants that were still unbuttoned. My legs felt weak, and I realized I was shaking. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe a bear? But bears usually make noise when they move, and their eyes don't sit that high. Plus, this thing didn't sound like it was moving at all. I didn't want to look back. The forest felt heavy with silence, and every shadow seemed to twitch with unseen movement. I just wanted the safety of the firelight and my friends. When I got back, the others were still around the campfire, talking and laughing quietly. They looked up as I stumbled toward them, and I forced a smile, not wanting to scare them. I didn't say anything about what I saw. Maybe it was nothing, I told myself. Maybe I was just on edge from the trip and the dark. But I couldn't shake the image of those eyes, the height of them, the way the creature moved away without a sound. It wasn't human, that much I knew. It wasn't a deer or coyote or bear. It was something else, something wild and unfamiliar. That night, I stayed close to the fire. The darkness felt too heavy beyond its light. I kept my jacket wrapped tight, my ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. Every crack of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. But no one came near the fire. In the morning, I looked around the woods near our campsite, trying to find any tracks or signs of what I'd seen. The ground was soft with dew, and I saw prints, some from deer and raccoons, some from raccoons and maybe a wild hog, but nothing that matched what I'd felt watching me in the dark. We packed up and left before noon, the forest feeling different now, heavier somehow, like a secret was buried deep among the trees. I never told anyone else what I saw, not really. Maybe it was some strange animal I'd never heard of. Maybe it was a person, but I doubted that. The eyes were just too high. I'm not one to believe in monsters or legends. I don't think it was Bigfoot or some alien. I just know the feeling of being watched, the silent presence in the dark, and those eyes burning bright in the night. Whatever it was, it stayed out there, deep in the Ocala woods, watching, and I don't plan on going back to find out. It was a normal fall afternoon. The air had that crispness that comes just before the leaves fully turn, a little bite that hinted at the coming cold, but still carried the faint warmth of the sun. The sky was a soft blue with thin, wispy clouds lazily drifting across. I could hear the birds chirping somewhere nearby, small, sharp notes darting between branches, and in the distance, the sounds of children playing in a park or yard filled the air. Their laughter was light, carefree, a bright contrast to the slow, steady rhythm of everyday life. I remember feeling calm, normal, like everything was just as it should be. I looked down at my phone and checked the time, 14:30. I had an appointment scheduled for 1500 hours, so I still had some time before I needed to leave. I was at home, standing by the window, watching the world outside while the sun filtered through the trees, casting moving shadows on the pavement. The light was soft, warm, and golden, making the whole scene look peaceful. I put on a jacket, the kind I always wore in fall, a worn-out dark green coat with deep pockets and a hood. I liked the way it smelled, a little like damp earth and old fabric, comforting in a strange way. After double-checking I had everything, I grabbed my keys and stepped outside. The air was cool and smelled faintly of dry leaves, and the faint scent of wood smoke from chimneys nearby. I could hear a dog barking somewhere far off, its sharp call echoing briefly before being swallowed up by the rustling of the leaves. I walked to the bus stop, the ground crunchy under my shoes from the thin layer of dried leaves scattered around. The bus was scheduled to come soon, and I felt a bit of a chill as a light breeze brushed past, moving my hair and tugging at the collar of my jacket. I waited for the bus, watching the street quietly as a few people passed by, heads down, wrapped in scarves. When the bus arrived, I got on and found a seat near the window. The bus smelled of damp fabric and a faint trace of old coffee. I looked out as we drove through the neighborhood. The same houses I'd seen hundreds of times before, trees lining the sidewalks, a few parked cars. Everything seemed normal. I glanced at my phone again. The time read 14:55. I calculated that I'd have just enough time to get to my destination, so I stayed alert, watching the streets closely. When the bus stopped, I stepped off and immediately looked at my phone again. It was exactly 14:55. I had 5 minutes to get to my appointment. The clinic was a short walk, about 2 blocks away, but even so, I picked up my pace. The pavement was uneven, cracked in places, but I barely noticed as I hurried along. The leaves on the ground were dry and brittle, crunching under my feet. The wind had picked up slightly, brushing my face with a sharp coolness that made me pull my jacket collar tighter. I reached the building just in time. It was an ordinary place, simple brick facade, glass doors, and a small sign by the entrance. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The waiting room was quiet, painted a pale beige with a row of chairs lining the walls. There was a soft hum of fluorescent lights overhead, and a faint smell of cleaning solution mixed with the sterile scent typical of medical offices. I found a seat in the middle of the row, sat down, and pulled my jacket tighter around me. I looked at my phone again. The time was 14:59. I felt a little relief that I'd arrived early enough. I settled back, trying to relax. The room was mostly empty, except for a few people scattered in the chairs, quietly waiting their turn. I glanced around at them, a middle-aged man reading a newspaper, a woman scrolling through her phone, a teenager listening to music with earbuds. Everyone seemed calm, lost in their own worlds. 5 minutes passed, and I found myself getting a little annoyed. Despite having an appointment, I still had to wait. I checked the time again, and that's when it hit me. I looked at my phone, and the screen displayed 14:04. I blinked, thinking maybe I had misread it. I looked again. The time hadn't changed. My heart skipped. I stared at the screen, confused. How could it possibly be 14:04 when it had just been 14:59? I put my phone down on my lap and looked around the room. The people sitting across from me were staring at me with puzzled expressions. The newspaper man had stopped reading and raised an eyebrow. The woman's eyes flicked up from her phone, and the teenager removed an earbud, glancing my way. I felt the wind move my hair, though the windows were closed, and an odd sensation washed over me, like everything around me had slowed down, the world becoming thicker, heavier. The chair in front of me seemed to move away slowly, as if stretching the room like taffy. The walls seemed to lengthen, and the ceiling seemed to drift upward. My vision blurred at the edges, and I felt dizzy, like I might pass out. The buzzing fluorescent lights above flickered ever so slightly, but no one else seemed to notice. I sat there, my mind scrambling for an explanation. Was it a trick of light? A glitch in my phone? Maybe the battery was dying or the software was malfunctioning. But my phone was fine just moments ago. I checked the time on my watch, but the hands weren't moving. They were stuck at 2:04. I forced myself to focus, blinking rapidly. The world snapped back into place. The chair stopped moving away. The room shrank to its normal size. The dizziness faded. I looked around again, and the other people seemed to be looking at me with concern. The middle-aged man had folded his newspaper and was watching me closely. The woman whispered something to the teenager beside her. I tried to stand up, my legs shaky. I walked over to the receptionist's desk to ask the time, but the woman behind the counter was busy typing and didn't respond. I caught a glimpse of the wall clock. It read 2:04 p.m. A cold knot formed in my stomach. Everything in the room, including the people, was frozen at 2:04. I could see the clock's second hand stuck between the 12 and 1, not moving at all. The sound of the birds outside and the laughter of children seemed to have vanished. The ticking of the clock was replaced by silence so absolute it was unsettling. I tried to check my phone again. It was still 14:04, unchanged. I thought about leaving, but the door seemed too far away. The hallways stretched endlessly, as if the building itself was expanding. I felt trapped, like I was caught in some invisible web that wouldn't let me move forward. I sat back down slowly, hands trembling. The wind brushed my hair again, even though the windows were still closed. Time felt frozen, but I was aware of every second dragging on. The fluorescent lights flickered once more, and the hum seemed louder, more oppressive. I closed my eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, trying to stay calm. When I opened them, the world still didn't move. My watch was still frozen. The clock's hands were stuck. The people were silent, motionless statues. I don't know how long I sat there, stuck in that strange, silent moment where time itself seemed to have stopped for everything but me. It felt like an eternity, but maybe it was only a few minutes. Eventually, without warning, everything began moving again. The clock's second hand jumped forward. The fluorescent lights steadied. The people in the waiting room resumed their quiet activities. The sound of birds and distant laughter returned softly through the window. My phone updated to the correct time. The wind no longer brushed my hair unnaturally. The chair in front of me was back in its proper place. I looked around the room, feeling a mix of relief and confusion. No one said anything. No one mentioned the strange pause. It was as if it had never happened, except for me. After that day, I kept thinking about what had occurred, how time seemed to rewind, freeze, and stretch around me. I searched online for explanations, glitches, medical conditions, moments of dissociation, but nothing fit perfectly. I even asked doctors about it. They said it might be a moment of temporal disorientation or a brief neurological event, but it was unusual. Up to this day, I cannot explain what happened that afternoon. It wasn't a dream, because the world was too detailed and consistent before and after. It wasn't a hallucination, since other people reacted to me. It wasn't a trick of the phone, because multiple clocks froze. The only thing I know is that time, in some way, stopped for me, if only for a moment. And that moment felt endless. It changed how I see the world, reminding me that reality isn't always as fixed as it seems. Even now, when I check the time, I can't help but wonder if the next second might freeze, if the world might stretch or shrink without warning. And that thought, as ordinary as it sounds, fills me with a strange unease. Because if time can stop once, what's to say it won't happen again? And what will I do then, when everything else stands still but I am still here, caught somewhere between seconds? Growing up in rural southern Kentucky meant a lot of things, but mostly it meant wide open spaces, rolling hills, and woods that felt endless. Our house was tucked down in a little valley, surrounded on almost every side by thick forests. It was the kind of place where a kid could get lost and have a whole world to himself, which was exactly what I wanted. My parents lived in a small neighborhood down there, but it was more like a cluster of houses than a real neighborhood. The houses were spaced far apart, separated by fields and woods, and for a kid, it was a playground with no limits. ATVs, bikes, the occasional campfire, there was always something to do. My cousin Brian was my best friend growing up. He lived about a mile away, but we saw each other every weekend, sometimes even more. We'd spend hours playing video games or watching Mystery Science Theater 3000, cracking up at the cheesy sci-fi movies and making fun of the dumb jokes. Those nights could stretch late into the early morning. We were kids, and staying up late felt like the greatest kind of freedom. One fall night when I was in 3rd grade, probably October or November, when the air was cool but not cold yet, Brian and I decided to sneak out for a little late-night adventure. We were too old for the usual kid stuff, but still too young for anything serious. Just running around talking shit and seeing what trouble we could find. The kind of stuff only kids in the sticks do when their parents think they're asleep. Our house sat on a hill. The front yard wasn't just a flat patch of grass like you might imagine. It was a big slope that angled down steeply, probably about 40 degrees, which is crazy steep for walking, especially in the dark. It led down to the basement door, which was basically the back entrance. You had to go down the slope to get there. Near the bottom, right on the edge of the yard, was the doghouse where our German Shepherd and Beagle slept at night. The dogs always had the run of the yard and some fields around the house, so they kept a pretty good watch. The back and sides of the house opened up to acres and acres of fields, all sloping away from the house and dipping down toward the woods. You could see for a long way in every direction, especially on clear nights with a full moon. That's how it was that night. Brian and I were sitting on the front porch, just talking and bullshitting under the light of a big full moon. The air was still and cool, the kind of silence that settles deep in the country when everything is asleep. No wind, no sounds from the road, nothing but the occasional rustle of leaves in the woods off in the distance. We didn't have much to do, so after a while we got bored and decided to head inside to play the Sega without waking up my parents. To get to the basement door, we had to sneak around the side of the house, down that damn steep slope. We were trying not to make a noise, stepping carefully, but that's when the dogs flipped out. Both of them started barking and growling like crazy, teeth bared, hackles raised. They were going nuts over something out in the field, and neither Brian nor I could see what it was at first. Then we spotted it, about 75 yards out, moving fast across the field. It was black, so black it looked like a shadow, and big, roughly the size of a small car. But it wasn't a car. It was moving, sprinting, faster than anything I'd seen in those parts before, at least 25 miles an hour or more. It was hard to tell its shape. It didn't have legs you could make out or any kind of face, just a solid blur of black moving like a shadow sliding over the grass. We stood frozen for a moment, heart pounding, watching it run. It was almost surreal, like something out of a nightmare. The dogs kept barking and snarling, but they didn't move forward. They seemed scared, which made me even more scared. Brian and I just stared wide-eyed until the thing vanished over the next rise. We took off running down that slope like our lives depended on it, which they might have. Gravity didn't slow us down, even though the hill was steep and uneven. We stumbled and nearly fell a couple of times, but kept going. When we reached the basement door, we slammed it shut, locked it, and shoved a couch in front of it to block it. We sat there in silence for what felt like hours, catching our breath, too scared to speak. Neither of us told our parents about what we saw. We figured they'd laugh it off, or tell us it was our imagination. We didn't want to seem crazy. For years after that, the memory of that night stuck with me. I called the thing the blur, because that was the only way to describe it. It was like a black blur sprinting across the fields at night, impossible to make out in detail. Years later, in my senior year of high school, I was on a school trip and had a chance to talk to a teacher who was into local ghost stories and weird happenings around southern Kentucky. I told her about the blur, half joking, half serious. She looked at me like she believed it and told me she'd heard similar stories from other people, stretching back 30 years or more. Apparently, the blur wasn't unique to my family's property. It had been spotted all over the region. The stories were the same: something large, black, fast, and shadow-like, causing trouble for animals and terrifying anyone who saw it. Hearing that was a weird mix of relief and dread. Relief because I wasn't alone in seeing it. Dread because it was real and had been roaming the woods and fields for decades. Fast forward to this summer, when I moved back home for a few weeks to help my parents out. I figured I'd revisit the old stomping grounds, maybe feel a little nostalgic. The house hadn't changed much, and the fields and woods were still there, quiet and sprawling. One night, I decided to sit out on the porch again, just like when I was a kid, to see if the place still had that old magic. It was a clear night, full moon hanging low and bright, the same kind of night as back then. The air was still, and the dogs were asleep in their doghouse, quiet for once. Then out of nowhere, the dogs started barking again, low and growling, like something was wrong. I looked out across the fields, eyes scanning the shadows, and there it was, the blur. Same size, same solid black shape, racing across the field like a ghost on wheels. It didn't stop or slow down, just sprinted straight past the doghouse, over the slope, and vanished into the woods. This time I didn't run. I just sat there, frozen and watching, heart pounding like it was going to burst through my chest. I couldn't believe it was real, after all these years, still here. I realized this wasn't some fluke or imagination. This thing had been out there, unseen but real, a part of the land for as long as anyone could remember. I didn't say anything to my parents or anyone else. I just packed up my things and got the hell out of there. The blur wasn't just a scary story from my childhood. It was a living part of those woods, a reminder that there are things out there in the dark that don't care about us. Since then, I've stayed away from that valley at night. I don't know what the blur is, and honestly, I don't want to find out. All I know is that sometimes, in the dead silence of a Kentucky night, you see something that changes you forever. Something black and fast, sliding across the fields like a shadow with no name. And sometimes, that's enough reason to never look back. I'd always known about the old house. It was just a street over from where I grew up, tucked away at the end of a private road that most people barely knew existed. The kind of place you might drive past without a second glance, but once you found it, it had an unmistakable air. That house wasn't just old or empty. It carried a reputation, something dark, something real enough that it stuck with me since I first heard the story. The story was about a man who'd killed a police officer, right in his home, and then turned the gun on himself before the police could get to him. The police had come after the shooting, but the man was already gone. I don't remember exactly when I first heard the story. Maybe a few years back from some older kids who swore they'd been near the place late at night. They said the air around the house felt heavy, like something was wrong, something bad. Over time, the story had become something of a local legend. Not ghosts or monsters, but something real, something that made you not want to go near that house at all. But for me and my friends, that kind of warning was just fuel for curiosity. One day, a few of us decided to go there. We were young and dumb, looking for a place to hang out and smoke. Our usual spots felt too exposed, so the abandoned house seemed like the perfect, out-of-the-way place. We piled into the car, laughing and joking as if it was just any other day, but there was a small undercurrent of nerves that none of us admitted out loud. The house sat on its own private road, hidden behind a line of thick trees and overgrown bushes. The driveway stretched out for about 200 feet, a long, winding path covered in cracked asphalt and dead leaves. On the side of the road was a small shed, weathered and falling apart, leaning slightly as if it might collapse any day. The entire place looked forgotten, swallowed by nature. Grass had pushed through the cracks in the driveway, and vines crawled up the walls of the house itself. I was the first to step out, leading the group toward the house. The air was thick and still, heavier than usual, like the kind of heat that presses down on your chest and makes it hard to breathe, even when it's not summer. The wind didn't move the trees, and there wasn't a single bird or insect making noise. It was the kind of silence that makes you aware of every footstep, every crack of a twig. The front door was slightly ajar, the old wood swollen and warped from years of rain and weather. With a quick glance around to make sure no one was watching, we slipped inside. The smell hit me immediately, a mix of mold, damp wood, and something else, something sharp and sour that made my stomach turn. It was the smell of decay, of things left to rot. The floorboards creaked under our feet as we moved through the house. Dust covered everything, thick and undisturbed except for where footprints from years past might have been tracked in. The wallpaper peeled in long strips, faded colors barely visible beneath layers of grime. Broken glass littered the windowsills, and spiderwebs stretched across the corners of every room. We made our way down the hall, and curiosity pushed me to head toward the basement. The stairwell was narrow, the steps old and uneven. The light from outside barely reached down there, making the shadows seem to swallow the space whole. At the bottom, the basement was cold and damp. The concrete floor was cracked and stained in places, and my flashlight caught on something that made me stop. A large steel cage sat in one corner, rusty and old, but still solid. It looked like it could comfortably hold a big dog, maybe a Great Dane, or something similar. I crouched down and looked closer. The metal bars were thick and heavy, and the cage door hung open, creaking on its hinges. The cage was empty, but the feeling it left behind was strange. Like it had once held something dangerous, something that wasn't supposed to be let out. We moved back upstairs, each step making my heart beat a little faster. The house felt heavier now, as if it was watching us, waiting. We tried to laugh it off, but the silence inside was too loud. I found myself in what looked like a bedroom. The floor was covered in peeling linoleum, cracked and stained. And there it was, a large dark red-brown spot on the ground, the kind of stain you never want to see in a place like this. I knew immediately what it was, the place where the man had taken his own life. Nearby, in a dusty corner, there were piles of old papers and flyers. I picked one up and noticed it was printed in German. The paper was yellowed and brittle with age. On the front was a black and white photo of a large black poodle-looking dog, sitting calmly, staring straight at the camera. The dog's eyes seemed oddly intense, almost knowing. The stories we'd heard said the shooting happened over 10 years ago, but judging by the dog's appearance, it seemed older than that, maybe 7 or 8 years old at least. That meant this dog was probably dead by now. But the photo felt important somehow, like a piece of the puzzle we didn't understand yet. One of the girls in the group suddenly whispered that she'd had enough. Her face was pale, and she couldn't stand being inside the house any longer. We didn't argue. The air felt suffocating, and even the bravest of us wanted out. We made our way back down the driveway, the house shrinking behind us. Just as we were reaching the car, I noticed something. Walking slowly past the house, toward the old shed, was an extremely elderly woman. She moved with the kind of slow, deliberate pace that comes with years of aching joints and careful steps. Her face was lined and weathered, and she didn't look up or acknowledge us as she passed. But what caught my attention wasn't her. It was the dog walking right beside her. That dog was the one from the photograph. I couldn't believe my eyes. It looked exactly the same thick black fur, the same calm but piercing eyes. Not a single gray hair, not a sign of aging. The dog's gaze locked with mine, and I swear it was the same face staring back from the photo I'd held moments before. The sight was so unexpected, so out of place that I froze. The dog didn't bark or growl. It just walked by, slow and steady, never breaking eye contact. We scrambled into the car and drove off as fast as we could, but as we reached the end of the driveway, the driver slammed on the brakes. Everyone jolted forward, confused. The driver's face was pale, and his hands trembled on the wheel. When we looked back toward the house, the dog was gone. In its place stood the elderly woman, now stopped in the middle of the street, staring straight at us. Her face was unreadable, neither angry nor sad, just watching. We all sat in silence for a long moment, hearts pounding. None of us could explain what we'd just seen. The dog had disappeared without a sound or trace. No sign that it had ever been there except the memory burning in our minds. We all agreed, without saying it out loud, that whatever that dog was, it wasn't normal. It wasn't alive in any way that made sense. I never went back to that house, and whenever anyone asked me about it, I told them to stay far away. Some places hold stories you don't want to touch, and that house, that dog, was one of them. Even years later, I still think about that moment. The dog from the photo, walking beside that woman, unchanged by time. It's a memory that sticks with me, haunting in its quiet, unexplainable way. Not because it was supernatural, but because it was so real, so close to something we just don't understand. Some things don't need ghosts or monsters to be scary. Sometimes just the truth is enough. The day had been long, the kind of day that drains every bit of energy you have, and leaves you aching in places you didn't even know existed. We had been hiking the Appalachian Trail for nearly 8 hours under a cloudless sky that shifted slowly from a bright morning blue to the warm, hazy orange of dusk. My legs ached, my backpack felt like it was made of stone, and my throat was dry, despite all the water I'd drunk. Still, the air was fresh and cool at this elevation, the kind that makes your lungs feel sharp and alive with every breath. Our group was small, just 5 campers, ages ranging from 11 to 15, and 2 counselors who had been guiding us from the summer camp we'd come from. The plan was simple: hike during the day, camp on the side of a grassy mountain, and get water at a nearby source before the sun fully disappeared behind the ridge. The grassy patch where we pitched our tents was flat enough and surrounded by tall pines whose needles whispered in the evening breeze. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine and something faintly sweet from wildflowers still blooming. After setting up camp, one of my friends and I volunteered to walk down to the closest water source to fill our bottles. The spring was about 3/4 of a mile down a narrow, winding trail through the woods. A decent walk, but nothing too dangerous if you stayed alert and didn't stray off the path. The trail sloped downward gradually at first, then steepened in spots, winding through thick groves of oak and maple. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and the occasional rock or tree root that could trip you if you weren't watching. The late afternoon light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows and making the leaves glow with hints of gold and crimson. As we walked, I felt the weight of my pack pressing against my back and the steady thump of my boots on the soft earth. My friend, a few steps ahead, moved with an easy confidence, her ponytail swinging with every step. We didn't speak much, the kind of quiet that settles when you're both tired but still focused on the path. Then, about halfway down the trail, we saw him, an older man stepping out from the woods a little ways ahead of us. He was probably in his mid-50s, wearing faded jeans, a flannel shirt, and a worn baseball cap. His backpack looked well-used but solid, the kind you'd expect from someone who spent a lot of time on the trail. Nothing about him seemed off at first, just another hiker out enjoying the late afternoon. He noticed us immediately and slowed his pace as we got closer, falling into step a few feet in front of us. We exchanged polite nods, but didn't stop walking. It wasn't unusual to meet other hikers on the trail, especially this late in the day. As we continued, he started talking. His voice was calm, friendly, the kind of trail talk that breaks the silence when you're surrounded by nothing but trees and sky. He asked where we were coming from, how far we planned to go, and how long we'd been on the trail. The questions felt normal, and I answered without much thought. We'd been hiking all day, and we're just heading to the water source to fill up before dark. But then his questions shifted. He asked how many were in our group. He asked if there were adults with us. He asked where we were staying. Something about the way he asked made my stomach tighten. I gave vague answers, stretching the truth a bit, exaggerating the size of our group and how many counselors we had. I could feel my friend's eyes on me, and I knew she felt the same unease growing between us. As we walked, his position changed. First, he was a few steps ahead, then he slowed to walk beside us, and eventually he fell behind. When he fell behind, the air felt different, heavier, more tense. I kept glancing back, trying to catch a glimpse of what he was doing. Then he asked our ages. I said I was 15, and my friend said 13. His eyes flicked to her with something that made my skin crawl. He said to her, "Oh, you just became a woman, didn't you?" I stopped walking for a moment, exchanging a sharp look with my friend. The words weren't threatening out loud, but the meaning behind them was clear. Our silence stretched awkwardly. I felt something tighten in my chest, a mix of anger and fear. I reached into my cargo pants pocket, my fingers brushing against the cold metal of my small knife. Without making a show of it, I clipped it to the front of my belt where I could reach it easily if I needed to. The man said he was sorry and that he didn't mean anything by it, but the discomfort lingered like a bad smell. We kept walking, but the silence was thick and heavy. Then I noticed a strange noise behind me, a rubbing, a shifting sound. I looked back and my heart dropped. The man was walking a few steps behind us, and his hand was repeatedly moving in a way that could only be described as groping himself. The way he rubbed against his pants made me feel sick. I felt frozen for a second, my mind racing to process what I was seeing. The man was doing something inappropriate and disgusting, right there on the trail, behind 2 kids. The water source wasn't far now. I could see a group of college kids gathered at the spring, filling bottles and washing up for the night. Relief flooded through me. We picked up the pace, hurrying toward the other group. The man followed us, keeping his distance but still close enough to be seen. When we reached the college students, we joined them, filling our bottles and trying to act normal. The man lingered nearby, his presence a shadow I couldn't shake. My friend and I stalled as long as we could, pretending to chat with the college kids, waiting for the man to leave or for something to change. Eventually, the college kids finished washing up, and the old man started to stall as well. When we said our goodbyes and turned to leave, he just stood there, staring at us. The look in his eyes sent a chill down my spine, a cold, unreadable gaze that made my skin crawl. We followed the college group further down the trail, a few yards behind them, the man nowhere in sight. Once we were safely out of view, we called out to the college kids and told them what had happened. Their expressions turned serious, and without hesitation, they offered to escort us back up the trail to our camp. The walk back was tense, every snap of a twig or rustle in the bushes making me jump. The college kids moved confidently, scanning the trees and brush as we went. But the man was gone, vanished without a trace. When we returned to our camp, our counselors were waiting, concerned but calm. We told them everything, and they made sure we were safe before settling down for the night. I still don't know for sure what that man's intentions were. Maybe he was just socially awkward, or maybe he had some skin irritation that made him adjust his clothing the way he did. But something about the whole situation was wrong. The way he looked at us when we walked away, like we were prey, made my skin crawl. I've thought about that night a lot since then, about how vulnerable we were out there on the trail, surrounded by nothing but trees and shadows, about how easy it could have been for something terrible to happen if we'd been alone, or if the college kids hadn't shown up. That night taught me to trust my gut, to listen to the small voice inside that tells you when something's not right. It's a lesson I'll carry with me for a long time. That evening still feels heavy in my chest whenever I think about it. I guess it's because it was so sudden and quiet, but also because I still can't figure out what those lights were. It happened late last July, a time when the air was thick with summer warmth, and the sky was slowly fading into night. I live in a very rural area, the kind where the darkness isn't swallowed by city lights, but instead is a blanket sprinkled with stars. The kind where the only sounds at night are the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of owls, or the chirping of crickets. My house sits near a big open field, one of those stretches of land that just seems to go on forever, at least in my small-town eyes. Right behind our backyard is the field. The first 7 acres belong to my family, but they're not farmed or anything. We just leave them open, letting the grass grow wild and the wildflowers bloom every spring. Beyond those 7 acres is where a local farmer works, growing corn or wheat or whatever he's planting that year. The farm part is much larger and more managed, with neat rows of crops that you can see from a distance. That's where the farming equipment stays, tractors, trailers, all that stuff. On this particular evening, my parents and I had come home after eating at a small family restaurant nearby. It was about 8 o'clock, the sky a dark blue-gray, almost fully dark but not quite. The sun had set, leaving behind just a faint glow on the horizon. There was that special quiet that comes with dusk in the country, where the world feels like it's holding its breath for the night. For reasons I still don't fully understand, I suggested to my mom that we go check out the fireflies in the field behind our house. I don't think I was trying to be brave or anything. It just popped into my head like an impulse. Fireflies were a rare kind of magic in summer, especially in places like this, and I thought it would be nice to see them up close, dancing in the dark. My mom agreed quietly, and we slipped out the back door, careful not to wake my dad, who was still inside resting. Walking back into the field was like stepping into another world. The grass was tall enough to brush against our legs, and the smell of damp earth mixed with the sweet scent of summer flowers filled the air. The stars were just starting to twinkle above, small pinpricks of light in the wide-open sky. I remember the way the soft night breeze moved the grass around us, creating a quiet wave beneath the faint silver moonlight. After a few minutes of walking, the fireflies began to appear, tiny bursts of glowing light flickering here and there, floating above the grass like miniature lanterns. Their glow was soft and yellowish green, blinking slowly like they were breathing. It was peaceful, and for a while, I forgot all the usual noise of the world. But then, something else caught my eye. Off in the distance, where the open and used part of our family's field met the farm section, there were two bright red lights. They were strange, too bright to be a firefly, too steady to be a flashlight, and too large to be any normal insect or animal. The lights hovered about 5 to 10 feet off the ground, parallel to the earth, and they stayed fixed in that position, but with some space between them. I wasn't sure how far apart exactly, maybe 15 or 20 feet. I stopped and pointed them out to my mom. She looked where I was looking and nodded slowly, confirming she saw them too. That's when a quiet unease began to grow in my chest, like when you sense something is off but can't quite put your finger on it. The lights didn't flicker or blink like car headlights or flashlights. They were perfectly round and steady, like they had been placed there deliberately. At first, we thought it was the farmer's tractor. Maybe he had left it running or parked there with the lights on, maybe to check on something before leaving. But the more we stared, the more the lights seemed unnatural. Suddenly, the two lights began to move, but not like a vehicle driving across the field. They hovered. They went up and down smoothly, like they were floating on invisible waves. They didn't sway side to side or turn. They just moved vertically, rising and falling slowly, still exactly level with each other. Their movement was steady, constant, almost mechanical. Neither my mom nor I said anything. We just watched, frozen in place. The lights didn't blink or change color or shift direction. They stayed facing us, steady and unwavering. Then, without warning, the lights started moving horizontally away from us. They floated slowly, still going up and down in that steady rhythm, but they were drifting toward the edge of the field where a thick cluster of trees grew. I remember the shadows the trees cast looked darker against the night sky. My heart began to beat faster, not in fear exactly, but because of the strange, surreal nature of what we were seeing. The instinct to chase was strong. We moved forward quickly, trying to keep the lights in sight, following their slow ascent and descent as they moved further away from us. We ran through the tall grass, the blades scraping against our legs, the soft earth damp beneath our shoes. The smell of wet dirt and crushed plants filled the air. My breath was shallow, partly from the run, partly from the rush of adrenaline. The lights moved closer to the trees, drifting along the edge of the forest. I kept expecting them to disappear behind the trees and then appear again on the other side, but they didn't. When the lights reached the thickest part of the woods, they vanished completely. It was like they melted into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. We stood there in the silence that followed, breathing heavily. The night suddenly felt colder, heavier. The usual comfort of being near home was gone, replaced by a strange tension that wrapped around me like a thick blanket. We looked at each other, both of us knowing what we had just witnessed didn't make any sense. There were no sounds except our breathing and the rustling of leaves, no engines or machinery nearby, and no other lights in the sky. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, or the weight of the unknown that hung in the air. I went to bed that night, but stared at the ceiling for hours, thinking about those lights, about how they moved so silently, so deliberately, and how they disappeared as if they never existed. The next day, I checked with the local farmer. He said no tractors or equipment had been left in that part of the field that night. He didn't know anything about the lights, and no one else I asked had seen anything unusual either. Days passed, but the memory stayed with me. Sometimes, when I'm outside at night, I catch myself scanning the dark field behind the house, half expecting to see those two glowing red circles hovering in the distance. I never found an explanation for what those lights were, and I don't think I want to. The feeling of that night, the quiet, the movement, the disappearance, it unsettles me more than I can explain. It's not about monsters or fantasy. It's about something strange and real, something that doesn't fit into the everyday world I know. Since then, I've stayed away from that part of the field after dark. I still love the quiet nights and the fireflies, but there's a part of me that remembers those lights, steady and red, hovering just out of reach, and it makes me feel small and unsure in a way I haven't felt before. Sometimes I wonder if someone else saw them too, but the truth is, most people in my town don't look up or out into the fields when night falls. They keep their lights on, their doors locked, and their heads down. I guess I'll never know what those lights were, but I know one thing for sure. There are things out there in the night that don't follow any rules we understand. And sometimes, it's best just to watch quietly from a distance and let the mystery be. Last year, I went to Penhust, the abandoned asylum near Philly, with my then girlfriend and 3 or 4 other friends. We'd heard stories about the place for years, how it was massive, creepy, and how tough it was to actually find the real buildings once you got near it. Google Maps would lead you to the general area, but the final stretch was like a maze, especially at night. We arrived pretty late, around 3 or 4 in the morning, after driving through narrow country roads that cut through thick woods and farmland. The air was cold and still, not a breeze. The kind of silence where every footstep echoes and your own breathing sounds loud. We parked on the side of a dirt road, the headlights casting long, sharp shadows between the trees. The plan was simple: find the asylum buildings, sneak inside, and explore. None of us had been there before, so part of the excitement was the unknown. As we moved away from the car, flashlights in hand, the forest swallowed us up. The path was uneven and muddy from recent rains, and the ground smelled of wet earth and rotting leaves. We had to be careful, not just to avoid noise, but also to avoid old broken glass and rusted debris scattered around. Walking through the woods in complete darkness was unnerving. The trees were tall and thick, their bare branches scraping the sky like skeletal fingers. Every now and then, an owl hooted in the distance, or some small animal rustled in the underbrush. We moved quietly, whispering sometimes, but mostly just trying to focus on the beam of our flashlights cutting through the blackness. After what felt like an hour of wandering, we finally saw it. A huge building, looming out of the darkness, with boarded-up windows and crumbling walls. It was definitely part of the Penhust complex, though not the main building everyone talked about. This one looked more like the outskirts, maybe an old administrative wing or staff quarters. The brick was faded and chipped, vines crawling up like veins. The roof was sagging in spots, and parts of the foundation had sunk unevenly. We all stopped. The excitement hit us like a wave. We'd actually found a building. We crouched low and approached slowly, careful not to make noise. But then, something was off. Several of the lights inside were on. Not dim glows, but full, bright bulbs shining through some of the windows. At first, we froze. None of us said a word. The fact that the building had working lights at this hour was strange enough, but it got worse. From inside, we could hear noises, knocks and bangs, the scrape of something heavy moving, and faint voices. We couldn't make out what was being said, but the sounds definitely weren't just wind or animals. Almost on instinct, we ducked into the woods beside the building. The brush was thick and tangled, with thorny bushes that scratched at our clothes and skin, but we didn't care. We just wanted to stay hidden. Whoever was in the building could see us if we were in the open, and none of us wanted to get caught trespassing. The noises continued for a few minutes. At one point, the building's lights all went out at once. The sudden blackness swallowed the windows like a hole in the wall. We thought maybe they left or the power cut off, so we began to relax a bit, thinking it might be safe to move back onto the path. But before we could even stand up fully, headlights appeared. A car pulled up, its engine humming softly but steadily as it stopped near the building. The headlights cast long beams through the trees, making the shadows jump around us. We flattened ourselves as much as possible. Then, almost as suddenly as the first car arrived, more cars appeared. One after another, at least 5 vehicles came driving up the path, each parking in front of the building. No lights went on, no doors opened. Just silent, still cars sitting there in a semicircle around the front. It was strange. None of us spoke. Our nerves were on edge, hearts pounding in the cold air. The whole scene was surreal, like we'd stumbled into some secret meeting. We tried to peer through the dark windows, but all we saw were blackened rooms, no movement inside. The cars stayed for about 15 or 20 minutes. Then all of them started leaving, one by one, without a word or a sign. The headlights disappeared down the road, and the building returned to silence and darkness. The only sound was the soft rustling of the forest around us. We stayed hidden for a while longer, trying to collect ourselves. Everyone was jittery. The tension was thick. We debated whether to keep exploring or just get the hell out of there. No one wanted to admit it, but something about that scene put us all on edge. Eventually, we decided to head back. The path was harder to find in the dark now. We stuck close together, shining our flashlights ahead, eyes scanning every shadow. Then, as if the night wasn't already playing tricks on us, I felt my heart stop for a second. There was a light, a small, focused beam, shining right at me. It looked like a flashlight being waved slowly back and forth. I froze, eyes wide, trying to figure out where it was coming from. But then I realized it wasn't a flashlight. It was a star, partially covered by a branch that was swaying slightly in the wind, making the light seem to flicker. Even knowing it was just a star didn't calm me down much. The whole night had been too weird, too unsettling. We moved quickly after that, barely speaking, until we reached the car and drove away. Looking back, it's clear now what we might have walked into. It wasn't ghosts or anything supernatural. It was probably one of three things: a drug deal, a cult meeting, or some kind of party. A party seemed unlikely given the state of the buildings, the crumbling floors, flooded basements, and the fact that the place was known to be patrolled by cops. The whole experience left us paranoid and jumpy for weeks. We couldn't stop thinking about those cars parked there, the voices inside the building, and how close we came to being caught. What exactly they were doing in there, I'll probably never know. But whatever it wasn't something you wanted to stumble across in the dead of night at an abandoned asylum. I was 19 and camping on Lake Vermilion in northern Minnesota, a place thick with towering pines and silent lakes that stretched far into the horizon. The lake was cold and clear, reflecting the night sky like a giant mirror. The air smelled like pine needles, wet earth, and the faint tang of lake water. It was early September, and the days had just started to cool down after a warm summer. The nights were crisp and quiet, with just the sounds of nature and the occasional boat cruising across the water. Our group had set up camp on a rocky outcrop near the shore. We had spent the day fishing, hiking, and swimming. As the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone settled into their tents. The fire pit flickered low, sending out small, dying embers. I wasn't far behind them, but before I turned in, I remembered I had left my fishing line out on the rod, stretched out into the water. It was a careless mistake, and I didn't want to lose the line or the lure I had carefully chosen for the day. The camp was silent except for the occasional crackle from the dying fire and the faint murmur of the lake lapping against the rocky shore. The moon was high and bright, casting a pale silver light over the rocks and water, making everything look ghostly and still. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly stepped out from the tent, careful not to wake anyone. The cold air hit my face as I walked across the hard, uneven rocks toward the water's edge where my fishing rod leaned, its line stretching far out into the dark lake. The rocks were slick with moss and moisture, and I had to watch my footing carefully. My breath made small clouds in the cool night air, and the only sound was the crunch of my boots against the rocky ground. I stood at the edge, the lake stretching out in front of me like a vast, dark mirror. The water was still except for small ripples catching the moonlight. I gripped the rod and began to slowly reel in the line, the steady whir of the reel cutting through the silence. Suddenly, I felt it, a ringing in my ears, faint at first but quickly growing intense, until it was all I could hear. It wasn't just a ringing, it was like my head was vibrating from the inside, a high-pitched drone that seemed to shake the bones in my skull. The sound was so loud it felt like it might burst my eardrums. I staggered back a step, almost dropping the rod. For a moment, I thought I was going to pass out or throw up from the pressure inside my head. What was strange was that, despite the ringing, I could still hear everything around me with unbelievable clarity. The sound was not muffled or dulled by the noise in my ears. Instead, it felt as if every little noise was magnified. The gentle slap of the water against the rocky shore was louder than I had ever noticed before. Somewhere in the distance, the faint hum of a boat motor pulsed through the night as a lone fisherman cruised back toward the marina after a late-night trip. Even the rustling of leaves and the faint crack of twigs in the woods behind the campsite sounded sharp and clear, as if an invisible microphone had been placed right beside my ears. I stood there frozen for a moment, caught between the unbearable ringing and the strange clarity of the world around me. The noise inside my head was like an alarm, a siren that made me feel like I was trapped inside my own body. The vibration was so strong I could almost feel it in my teeth and bones, but at the same time, I was painfully aware of every tiny sound in the woods: birds settling in their nests, the faint rustle of an animal moving through the brush, the whisper of the wind shifting the branches overhead. The whole experience lasted only a few minutes, but it felt like hours. I tried to breathe deeply, hoping to calm the ringing, but it didn't go away. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was overwhelming, like having a jackhammer inside my skull. My heart pounded as the ringing continued to pulse. I leaned against a tree, gripping the rough bark to steady myself, afraid that if I let go, I might fall or collapse. Eventually, the ringing slowly began to fade, as suddenly as it had come on. The vibration inside my head lessened until it was just a faint hum, then disappeared altogether. I blinked several times, trying to focus, as the world around me returned to its usual quiet state. The water was still, the boat was gone, and the woods had settled into the normal night sounds I was used to hearing. I stood there for a few more moments, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I felt shaken but strangely alert, as if my senses had been switched to some impossible level of awareness, and then abruptly shut off. I slowly reeled in the rest of the fishing line, now trembling slightly but determined not to lose the lure. When I got back to camp, the fire was almost out, and everyone was fast asleep. I didn't mention what happened, not really knowing how to explain it. It was too strange, too unreal. I lay down in my sleeping bag inside the tent, but I couldn't stop hearing that ringing in my head, faint but still lingering. It made it hard to sleep, like a quiet buzzing that kept my mind on edge. Over the next few days, I thought about it often. I wondered if it was some kind of ear infection, or maybe an early sign of hearing damage, but I never had anything like it before or since. It wasn't a tinnitus that lingered, but a sudden, intense wave of sound that invaded my head and then vanished as quickly as it had come. I never forgot the way the world sounded that night. Like every small noise was amplified, like the woods themselves were alive with secrets, and I was hearing them all at once. It was terrifying and beautiful in a way I couldn't explain. I never went back to that exact spot on the rock to fish again at night. It felt too exposed, too vulnerable, like the lake and forest had revealed something meant to be hidden. Years later, whenever I think back to that night, I still remember the cold air on my face, the slick moss under my boots, the stillness of the lake, and that terrible, overwhelming ringing that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a moment when the natural world felt vast and unknowable, a reminder that some things are beyond what we understand, without needing to be ghosts or monsters, just the raw power of the earth and our fragile senses. That night on Lake Vermilion stayed with me, a memory of silence broken by a ringing that no one else ever heard, a sound that felt like it came from inside me and from the lake itself, blurring the lines between what was real and what was almost too much to bear. It was real, and it was enough. The night was clear and cold when my husband and I decided to drive out of the city. The kind of clear that makes every star sharp and bright, like you could almost reach up and touch them if you just stretched your hand far enough. We wanted to see the meteor shower, something we'd been talking about for weeks. The city lights always got in the way, so heading out toward the farm country nearby seemed like the perfect idea. The air in the car smelled faintly of the peppermint gum my husband always kept in the glove box. I could feel the crispness of early spring outside, even through the closed windows. We left late after dinner, around 10 p.m., the roads empty except for the occasional car passing by. The highway was familiar, smooth pavement, clear signs, and a steady glow from distant towns, but we weren't interested in staying on it. The idea was to get away from any light pollution, so we took the first offshoot we saw, then another, and then another, driving deeper and deeper into farmland. The fields stretched out on either side, dark and vast, with the occasional silhouette of a barn or a grain silo. I watched the sky, already studded with stars, and felt my excitement build. The road began to narrow, gravel replacing asphalt, and the trees thinned out into rows and rows of small evergreens. It wasn't until we drove up a slight hill that my husband suddenly said he recognized where we were. It was a Christmas tree farm his family used to visit when he was a kid. The rows of saplings looked familiar, and the scent of pine was faint but unmistakable in the night air. What we hadn't realized was that we had taken a private driveway, one that led behind the farm, not the main entrance. The gravel road was narrower here, bordered by wooden posts with rusty barbed wire stretched between them. A weathered, half-hidden sign warned of private property, but it was old and faded and easy to miss in the dark. Neither of us was concerned about trespassing, at least not yet. We were more interested in finding a good spot to lie back and watch the stars. My husband parked the truck at the top of the hill, right between two rows of pine trees, and we both climbed out. The bed of the truck was empty and clean. We decided to lie there, backs flat against the metal, looking straight up. The moon was full and bright, hanging low in the sky, casting silvery light over the landscape. The stars glittered like diamonds, and the Milky Way stretched across the horizon like a faint, dusty river. We pointed out constellations to each other, tracing the shapes with our fingers. I could see the occasional streak of a shooting star, brief and bright. It was perfect, quiet except for the rustling of a gentle breeze through the pine needles. Then it started. The sound was soft but unmistakable, the steady, deliberate clopping of horse hooves on gravel. It was close, very close, maybe 10 feet away, somewhere just beyond the line of trees. I stopped talking and looked around, trying to see where the noise was coming from. The moonlight was bright enough to make out almost every shape, every shadow, but there was no horse. No shape, no dark outline, nothing that could have made the sound. The footsteps kept coming, slow and steady, and it felt like the horse was moving directly alongside the truck. The sound was so clear, so real, that my skin prickled and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. It was strange, almost like the sound was there, but the thing making it wasn't. I glanced at my husband, and he was looking around too, eyes wide. We didn't say anything out loud, but the feeling between us was the same. Unease, a prickling sense that something wasn't right. I could tell he was creeped out too, even though we both tried to brush it off. I think the moonlight made it feel more unsettling. There was nowhere for a horse to hide. The night was too bright for shadows to play tricks. After what felt like a minute, but could have been longer, the hoofbeats stopped suddenly. Silence fell again, thick and heavy, the kind of silence that presses in on your ears. The quiet was almost louder than the horse sounds had been. I heard my own breathing, steady but a little faster than before. We both quickly climbed back into the truck, slamming the doors behind us. The cold metal of the truck bed pressed against my back as I sank into the seat. We turned on the truck's headlights, sweeping the beams slowly over the rows of trees and the gravel road. No horse, no movement, nothing except the flickering shadows of the pines swaying in the breeze. We sat there a moment, both staring into the darkness beyond the headlights. The sense of unease stayed with us. I found my hands gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. It felt like we had walked into something we weren't meant to see, or maybe just that we had been somewhere private and something didn't want us there. Without saying a word, my husband started the truck and pulled slowly back down the gravel driveway. The stars disappeared behind the roof of the truck, but the moon stayed bright, shining through the windshield. The silence in the cab was thick, neither of us wanting to speak, both caught up in our own thoughts. The gravel crunched under the tires as we descended. We decided to drive to a different spot, somewhere more public, where we wouldn't feel like we were trespassing or intruding. After a short while, we found an empty field near the edge of a small town. We stopped there, laid back in the truck bed again, and watched the meteor shower with no strange sounds, just the peaceful night and the streaks of light above. The invisible horse episode stayed with us for a long time after. I thought about it often, trying to explain it to myself logically. Maybe it was some sort of trick of the night air or an animal walking somewhere out of sight. But the sounds were too close, too clear. The bright moon and our clear view meant it wasn't an illusion caused by shadows. The experience was unsettling because it was so real and yet so impossible to explain. It wasn't a ghost story or a fairy tale. It was something quietly strange, a small piece of the night that didn't quite fit with what we know or expect. That night, the stars were beautiful, the air was crisp, and the landscape was peaceful. But somewhere just beyond the reach of the headlights, something invisible was walking beside us, reminding us how little control we really have over the darkness and the quiet spaces we try to enter. I remember that day on the Green River in Wyoming like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It was one of those days when the weather feels like it's holding its breath, like the whole world is waiting for something. My father and I had planned the trip for weeks. We were both passionate about fly fishing, not just a casual pastime, but something that demanded patience, focus, and a little bit of luck. The Green River is known for its cold, clear water and the way it twists and turns through the rocky Wyoming landscape, perfect for trout fishing. We arrived early, just as the morning light was starting to soften. The air was crisp, the smell of wet earth and pine was sharp and clean, and the river flowed steady and sure beneath the fading mist. We unpacked our gear carefully, rods, reels, flies organized in little boxes, waders already on. The water was cold on my boots, but the feeling was electric, energizing. I felt connected to the river, the current, the fish hidden beneath the surface, and to my father, who had taught me everything about fishing over the years. The day passed slowly, peacefully at first. We caught a few fish, small but lively. I could feel the tension in my rod when a trout bit, that wonderful tug that made my heart leap. My father was quiet but focused, watching the clouds grow heavier, darker on the horizon. The sky was shifting, a deep gray-blue creeping in from the west, rolling like a tide about to break. It didn't feel like a normal rainstorm was coming. It was different, heavier, somehow charged. I noticed my hair beginning to stand on end before my father did. There was a strange prickling sensation on my scalp, and my fingertips tingled faintly. The graphite of my fishing rod was alive with static, a low buzz that grew louder with each passing moment. It was the kind of static electricity that feels like a warning, like the air itself was holding an electric charge, waiting to be released. My father's eyes narrowed as he felt it too. He was quick to react. Without hesitation, he shouted at me to drop the rods. No questions, no argument. Just the urgency in his voice told me everything. We ran, fast, toward his truck parked a short distance back from the river's edge. The rain hadn't fallen yet, but the wind was rising and the sky was blackening rapidly. The truck was a small haven, a temporary shelter from whatever was coming. We climbed inside, doors slammed shut, and for a few moments, the storm seemed to be holding back. Inside the cab, the air was thick with tension. The radio, usually filled with static or country music, was crackling with interference, a sound almost like it was being overwhelmed by the electric energy building around us. The storm was close now. The first distant rumbles of thunder rolled through the sky. I sat frozen, staring out through the windshield, watching the world transform. And then it happened. Directly in front of the truck, about 100 feet away, suspended above the ground near the edge of a small embankment that ran along the road, a ball of electricity appeared. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen or imagined. It was like a floating sphere of pure light and power, humming with energy so dense I could feel it in my chest. The sphere glowed with an intense, white-blue light that crackled and snapped, sending off little sparks that fizzled into the air. The buzzing sound it made was eerie, almost mechanical, like the high-pitched whine of a Tesla coil, but alive and breathing in its own way. The radio inside the truck responded to the sphere's energy, the static rising and falling with the ball's pulses, warbling in an odd, unsettling harmony. It felt as if the ball was controlling the atmosphere, a presence that altered the natural order of things. I watched, awestruck, my breath fogging the windshield, unable to tear my eyes away from the spectacle. It slowly moved, gliding in a straight line parallel to the road embankment for about 30 feet. The air around it shimmered and crackled. I could see little arcs of electricity leap off it in tiny bolts, disappearing harmlessly into the dirt and grass. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the ball of lightning exploded in a flash of blinding white light. The sound was deafening, sharp and intense, like a massive electrical discharge being released all at once. When the light faded, the sphere was gone, leaving behind only the faint smell of ozone, a clean metallic scent that filled the air and clung to my clothes and skin. The static that had been so thick moments before disappeared, and the hum of the truck's radio returned to normal. We sat there for a long time afterward, the reality of what we'd just witnessed settling around us like a fog. Neither of us said anything. Words felt inadequate. The silence was heavy, but filled with a kind of reverence. That moment was something rare, something that felt like it came from a world beyond normal understanding. I knew it was a natural phenomenon, but it was so surreal it almost felt supernatural. Later, after the storm passed and the sky cleared, we returned to the river and continued fishing. The water was cooler now, the fish more cautious. The world felt different, quieter, like the storm and the ball of lightning had reset everything. For days afterward, the memory of that glowing sphere stayed with me, haunting my thoughts and dreams. Eventually, I sought out information. It wasn't easy to find. The phenomenon we had witnessed is called ball lightning, an incredibly rare and poorly understood form of electrical discharge. Scientists have only observed it a handful of times, and even then, it's often in controlled environments or fleeting glimpses. Ball lightning is known to appear during thunderstorms, glowing spheres of electricity that can move independently and vanish without a trace. Reading about it brought some clarity, but it didn't diminish the awe I felt. Ball lightning remains a mystery, a reminder of how much we don't know about the natural world, especially when it comes to the raw power of storms and electricity. It's a reminder that even in the midst of routine, fishing by a river in Wyoming, there are moments that transcend everyday life and remind us of nature's vast, unpredictable power. That day changed the way I see storms and lightning. It made me respect the power of nature in a way I never had before, and it reinforced the bond between me and my father, sharing something so rare and unforgettable. It wasn't a ghost or a fairy tale. It was something real, something incredible, and something I would never trade for anything else, even winning a $1 million lottery ticket. Now, every time I hold a fishing rod or feel the air change before a storm, I remember that glowing ball of electricity and the strange, beautiful moment when the world stood still for just a little while. About 3 years ago, I was driving home with a friend. We both lived about 30 minutes away from the rest of the group we usually hung out with, so carpooling was the normal routine. That night was no different, except for one thing. We ended up on a road we never usually took. I can't exactly remember why we chose that route. If I had to guess, we were coming back from a concert or some kind of event that wasn't exactly on our normal path home. Maybe a detour or just trying to avoid some traffic. Whatever the reason, it felt like a shortcut at the time, but it was anything but. The road itself was a two-lane stretch, surrounded by dense woods on either side. One lane going our way, and one lane for oncoming traffic. It was narrow, twisting and turning as it cut through the trees. There were no streetlights. The only light came from the car's headlights and the occasional passing vehicle. It was the kind of road where if you weren't paying attention, you could easily miss a turn or run off the edge. We were driving along, chatting and laughing, just like usual. I remember feeling relaxed, enjoying the quiet night with my friend beside me. The kind of easy conversation you have when the day is winding down, and you're just happy to be heading home. The car's engine was steady, and the tires softly hummed against the asphalt. We reached a long, straight part of the road, and it was darker than I expected. The tree branches stretched overhead, blocking out the faint moonlight, and the road seemed to disappear into the night. I struggled to see very far ahead, so I flipped the high beams on. The bright lights cut through the dark like a blade, lighting up everything in front of us. Just then, something caught my eye to the right side of the road, a little off the asphalt and close to the edge where the trees started. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or some kind of animal, but as the light hit it better, I realized it was a woman. She was standing there, wearing a white dress. It wasn't like a wedding dress or anything fancy like that. It was just a long white dress, simple but out of place for that setting. She had a bag in one hand and was walking slowly towards the road. I don't know what exactly went through my head in that moment. Maybe it was the shock or just instinct, but I jerked the steering wheel hard to the left to avoid hitting her. The car swerved, and both of us let out a small, sharp yelp. The tires screeched softly on the asphalt as I slowed down to a crawl. We stopped completely, staring at each other, both of us frozen in place. I looked back towards where the woman had been, but there was nothing there. No shadow, no movement, no sign that she was ever there at all. The spot where I saw her was empty, just the dark woods and the road stretching ahead. We stayed still for a moment, neither of us saying a word. The silence felt heavy, thick with confusion. My friend looked at me with wide eyes, trying to figure out if I had seen the same thing. I nodded slowly, still unsure if I wasn't imagining it. I drove forward slowly, scanning the edges of the road for any sign of the woman. But there was nothing. No footprints in the gravel, no torn fabric, no bag left behind. Nothing at all. The rest of the drive home was quiet. The mood had shifted, and the easy feeling we had before was gone. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see her again. But the road remained empty, silent except for the hum of the tires and the occasional distant sound of an animal somewhere in the woods. When we finally got to my place, I told a few friends about it later. Most of them joked, saying maybe we hit her and just didn't realize it, or that I was so tired I imagined the whole thing. Some teased that it was a ghost or a spirit. I don't believe in that stuff, and honestly, it's not like that experience was spooky in a supernatural way. It was just weird and real. I know what I saw. What bugs me the most is the fact that she vanished without a trace. A person doesn't just disappear like that. No way she could have run off or hidden that quickly. The car was going maybe 40 or 50 miles per hour when I spotted her, and we both reacted fast. If she had been on the side of the road and moved away, I would have seen something. But there was absolutely nothing. It's the kind of thing that keeps playing in your head when you're alone at night, driving down a dark road. You start wondering if maybe she was someone hurt or lost. Maybe she was trying to hitch a ride. Or maybe she was a stranger who wandered off from somewhere. The problem is, there are no houses or signs of civilization along that stretch of road for miles. Nothing that would explain a woman walking there in the middle of the night, dressed like that. After that night, I avoided that road completely. I stuck to the usual route, even if it took a few extra minutes. The thought of seeing her again, or someone like her, was unsettling. I keep thinking about what could have happened if I hadn't seen her in time. Would I have hit her? Would she have been hurt? Or was she someone who needed help and vanished because I didn't stop? Whatever the truth is, I've never been able to explain it, and I don't think I ever will. It's one of only two strange things that have ever happened to me that I can't rationalize. The other one involves what I believe might have been aliens, but that's a story for another time. That night stays with me, not because it was scary in the usual sense, but because it was so real and so strange. Sometimes I still picture her in that white dress, walking slowly along the edge of the woods, and wonder what her story was, who she was, and why she disappeared. It was late at night on the night before Christmas Eve. The streets were mostly empty, quiet except for the occasional hum of a car passing by or the soft rustling of cold wind blowing through the trees lining the sidewalks. I was out with a mate, just the two of us, trying to finish up some last-minute Christmas shopping. We'd been out for a while, hitting a few stores, grabbing some essentials that somehow got overlooked in the busy rush before the holidays. The stores had all closed by now, and we were finally heading back to my place. The road we were on was the main street through town, a stretch I'd driven hundreds of times. The streetlights flickered softly above, casting pools of yellow light on the pavement. It was around 11:30 p.m., the kind of late hour when everything feels a little off, quiet, but not peaceful. There's this strange tension in the air, like the world is holding its breath. The cold crept in through the cracked window of the car, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. My mate was driving, his eyes focused on the road but glancing around too, probably feeling that same late-night vibe. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught something strange. It was just for a second, but it stopped me cold. I saw something on the corner of the footpath, just before a pedestrian crossing. At first, I thought it might be some trash or maybe a jacket someone left behind, but then I realized it was a young kid, maybe 10 or 11 years old. He was slumped over a stationary bike, hunched forward with his arms spread over the handlebars, his head resting on them. He wore a helmet, but it looked scuffed and old, the kind of helmet someone had been using for a long time. His clothes were dirty, worn thin from what I could tell in the low light, and he wasn't moving at all. Not a twitch, not a breath I could see. The way he sat there, so still and heavy over the bike, made my stomach drop. It wasn't the usual tired kid leaning against his bike after a long ride. This felt wrong. He looked like he'd passed out, or worse. I stared for a moment, frozen. My heart started racing. I turned and looked at my mate, eyes wide. "Did you see that?" I said, my voice low but urgent. He nodded slowly, confused. We both slowed down, but the car kept moving. I urged him to turn around right then and there. The feeling of dread was thick, wrapping itself around me like a heavy blanket. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling. I was ready to call the police, an ambulance, anyone. The kid needed help. I wasn't going to just drive away. My mate did as I asked, and made a U-turn at the next corner. We drove back slowly to where I'd seen the boy. But when we got there, the street was empty. The bike was gone. No sign of the kid. It was like he'd vanished. We went back and forth down that stretch a few times, parking and looking all around the footpath, under the streetlights, along the curb. Nothing. No bike, no kid, no sign anyone had been there. The street was quiet and empty. The cold seemed to settle heavier now. My mind started racing with questions I didn't want to answer. Had I imagined it? Was I just seeing things? But my mate admitted later that he'd seen it too, in the rearview mirror as we'd driven past the first time. He'd seen the front wheel of the bike move slightly, just a little, before he got distracted doing the U-turn and lost sight of it. We tried to convince ourselves it must have been some kid playing a prank, trying to scare us. That was the only explanation that made any sense. Maybe the kid had hidden just before we turned around, but something about it still gnawed at me. The way he was slumped there, completely still, didn't look like a prank. Kids playing tricks don't usually stay that quiet or motionless. And why would he wear a helmet and look so dirty and tired? That night, I kept thinking about it. I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining that kid's head resting on the handlebars, his shoulders sagging in the cold. Was he hurt? Did he need help? Had he been there all night? I pictured that empty street corner over and over, wondering if anyone else had seen him or if someone was looking for him. The next day, I went back to the same corner during daylight. The street looked completely different in the sun, warm and familiar, with cars parked along the side and a few people walking dogs or carrying groceries. I searched the spot where I'd seen him, looking for a bike or a helmet or anything left behind. There was nothing, just a few scattered leaves and the dull gray pavement. I talked to a couple of people in nearby houses, asking if they'd seen anything unusual the night before. Some said no, some said they hadn't been paying attention. One neighbor said they thought they heard a bike chain rattle late at night, but didn't think much of it. No one had seen a kid slumped over a bike or anything like that. It was strange, almost like the kid had never been there at all. I kept trying to make sense of it all. Maybe the kid had wandered off after we drove past. Maybe he was hiding from someone or something. Maybe he'd had a bad accident and had gotten up and walked away before we came back. Or maybe he'd been in trouble, tired and scared, and I'd been the only person who saw him. I kept picturing that night, the cold air pressing in on the empty street, the flickering streetlights, and the boy leaning on his bike. I kept thinking about what I should have done differently. Should I have stopped the car? Should I have gotten out to check? But the thought of leaving the safety of the car and stepping into the cold, dark street alone at that time still makes my skin crawl. The week since then hasn't been easy. Every time I drive past that corner, I scan the sidewalk, half expecting to see him again. I check every shadow, every patch of darkness. It's like my brain won't let me forget. I even thought about going to the police and reporting what I saw, but I worry they'd just think I'm making it up or that I'm overreacting. After all, there was no proof, no evidence. Just me, my mate, and a fleeting glimpse. Sometimes I wonder if the kid was lost or running away from something. Maybe he was homeless or in trouble at home. Or maybe he just needed someone to see him, someone to help. I don't know. But what I do know is that I haven't stopped thinking about it, not even for a moment. I guess in the end, what scares me most is how easy it is to miss something like that. How someone can be right there on a busy street, needing help, and still disappear without a trace. It makes me realize how little we really know about the people we pass every day, and how sometimes we're the only chance they have. That night has stayed with me, a reminder that sometimes the world can feel cold and lonely, and that there are people out there who might be struggling in ways we don't see. And even though I don't have answers, I hope that kid found his way home, wherever he is. That Christmas a few years ago sticks with me in a way I still don't fully understand. I don't talk about it much, and I'm not sure why exactly. Maybe because it feels too strange or too unsettling to explain. But it's one of those memories that comes back when I least expect it, especially when the nights get longer and the air turns cold. It's about my uncle, who was visiting us from out of town, and something he made us see that none of us have ever forgotten. My family isn't the religious type. We don't go to church regularly, and prayer isn't a big part of our lives. But my uncle was different. He was very involved in his church, and when he came to visit, he carried that seriousness with him. He's a quiet man, not loud or flashy, but when he speaks about his faith, you can tell he means every word. That Christmas, we had a usual family dinner planned. Lots of food, laughter, and the typical holiday mess around the table. I remember the kitchen smelled like roasted turkey, with that faint hint of rosemary and garlic that my mom always used, mixed with the warm scent of cinnamon from the apple pie cooling on the counter. After everyone had settled around the table, my uncle asked if he could say a prayer before we started eating. It felt a little unusual because, like I said, we weren't the praying type, but we didn't say no. I guess it felt respectful. He cleared his throat quietly and then began. His voice wasn't soft or casual like you might expect. It was deep and strong, with an edge of urgency, like every word carried weight. You could hear the passion and intensity in the way he spoke, the kind of intensity that makes you stop and really listen. He prayed for a few minutes, and as he went on, I noticed everyone around the table was unusually still. The usual holiday chatter had died down completely. Even my little cousins, who were usually squirming and fidgeting, were quiet, eyes focused on him. His words were about protection, guidance, and watching over us, but there was something else there too. Something that felt more serious than a normal prayer before a meal. It was like he was preparing us for something none of us knew yet. When he finished, there was a long pause. Nobody moved. Then, without saying much, he called me, my brother, and a few of my cousins to come outside with him. It felt strange because usually, when you step outside on a chilly December night, it's just to get some air or maybe see the decorations. But this was different. My uncle was serious, and there was something about his tone that made me feel like this wasn't just a casual moment. We stepped out of the warm house into the cold night air. The sky was clear and deep black, the kind of night where the stars looked like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet cloth. The streetlights from the neighborhood cast a soft glow on the snow-covered lawns, but the sky above was completely open. My breath came out in little clouds, and I pulled my coat tighter around me. Then my uncle pointed straight up. He told us to look at the sky, and when I did, I almost didn't believe what I was seeing. There were thousands of lights moving across the sky in perfect, synchronized patterns. They weren't like shooting stars or airplanes. They streaked silently across the sky, bright and quick, then vanished almost immediately. The movements were too deliberate, too organized. It was like watching a massive light show, but one that felt completely natural and yet totally inexplicable. The lights moved in lines, curves, and circles, creating patterns that shifted and changed continuously. Some went fast, some slower, but they all moved in harmony, as if controlled by the same invisible hand. It was mesmerizing, but also a little unsettling. The cold night air suddenly felt heavier, like the world had paused to watch with us. I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. My brain reached for anything familiar, maybe drones, fireworks, or some kind of military exercise. But the way those lights moved didn't match any of that. There was no noise, no smoke, no sound of engines. Just the silent dance of thousands of bright, streaking lights. I glanced at my brother and cousins, and they were just as silent, their faces illuminated by the glow of those mysterious lights. My uncle didn't say anything more. He just stood there, looking up at the sky with a calm expression that felt almost like reverence. There was no fear, no excitement, just a quiet acknowledgement of whatever it was we were witnessing. It was as if he knew something none of us did. Something important, and maybe even dangerous. We stayed out there for what felt like a long time, just watching the lights move. The patterns slowly changed, some lights disappearing entirely while new ones appeared. Then, without any warning, the lights faded completely. The sky went back to being a normal, starry winter night. The spell was broken, and the strange feeling in the air lifted a little. My uncle told us to go back inside, and we did, stepping back into the warmth and normal sounds of the house. The buzz of the oven timer, the crackling of the fireplace, the muffled Christmas music playing somewhere in the background. It felt like waking from a dream. That night, I lay awake thinking about those lights. I couldn't shake the feeling that what we saw wasn't just some trick of the eye or a natural phenomenon. It was deliberate, organized, and so far beyond anything I'd ever seen in the sky. I kept replaying the moment my uncle called us outside, wondering why he wanted us to see that, why he didn't explain more, and what it all meant. In the days that followed, we never spoke about the lights again. My uncle left town, and the family moved on with life, but for me, the memory stayed vivid and clear. I looked up at the sky a lot after that, hoping to catch a glimpse again, but nothing came close to that night. What still haunts me is the feeling that the lights were a message or a warning. The way my uncle prayed with such intensity before, and then made us witness that silent show, feels like he was preparing us for something, even if I never figured out what. Maybe it was a sign of something coming, or maybe just a glimpse of things far beyond our understanding. Whatever it was, that night changed something inside me. It made me realize there's so much about the world we don't see, things that don't fit into neat explanations or easy answers. It made me pay attention more, to look up and wonder, and to respect that some mysteries don't need to be solved to be real. To this day, whenever Christmas comes around, I think about that night, about the cold air, the warmth of the house left behind, and the sky full of moving lights that vanished just as suddenly as they appeared. I don't know what those lights were, and I'm not sure I ever want to. But the memory remains clear and quiet, like a secret between me, my uncle, and the winter night sky. It was one of those warm summer nights when the air felt thick, but still fresh, like the kind that holds the faint smell of grass and dirt and just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes at bay. Me and my buddies had been drinking in that big open field just outside town. The kind of place where you can see the stars if you look up, and the sound of cars fades into nothing except for crickets and the occasional distant bark from a dog or the rustle of leaves. We brought a few beers, maybe a couple of bottles of cider too, nothing too heavy, just enough to loosen up and enjoy the night. The kind of night that felt like it stretched out forever. It was about 11 p.m., not late enough for people to be totally gone, but quiet enough that the field felt mostly ours. Most of my friends were sitting around on blankets, talking, laughing quietly, trying not to get too loud and risk drawing the attention of any neighbors or cops. The moon was thin, just a sliver hanging in the dark sky, casting long shadows on the grass and making the trees at the edge of the field look like dark shapes standing still. I'd been holding it for a while, but after a few beers and the cold air, I knew I had to go. I didn't want to bother the others, so I decided to head into the forest just beyond the field to find some privacy. It wasn't that far, maybe 50 meters from where we were, but the trees were thick enough to block out most of the field's view and sound. The edge of the forest wasn't that spooky. I'd been there plenty of times before, walked through it in daylight without a second thought. Even at night, I didn't feel scared going a little way in. I told myself it was safe because people walked their dogs there sometimes, even late. So I slipped off into the trees alone, walking on a narrow path that wound between the trunks and under branches heavy with leaves. The ground was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles, and my feet made quiet crunches as I stepped carefully to avoid making too much noise. I didn't want to scare off any wildlife or disturb anyone else who might be around. The night air smelled like damp earth, with hints of moss and wildflowers I couldn't quite place. It was cool and fresh compared to the open field, and I found myself slowing down, almost relaxing. I found a small clearing deep enough that the light from the field couldn't reach it properly. Here, the shadows thickened, and the trees grew closer together. The moonlight filtered faintly through the canopy, casting dappled light on the ground. I figured this was as good a spot as any to do what I had to do. I dropped my trousers, squatted low, and let loose. That's when it happened. I was pulling up my socks and trousers when suddenly, an apple came flying out of nowhere, hitting me hard on the side of my face. It stung more than I expected, and my head snapped back from the surprise. Before I could even figure out what had happened, more apples started pelting me from all directions. 15 or more came flying, some thudding into my arms and chest, a couple landing on the ground at my feet. A few caught me solidly, and I could feel the bruises starting. I froze for a moment, blinking, trying to make sense of what was happening. I scanned the trees and the shadows around me, expecting to see my friends, some pranksters from the field who'd sneaked in to mess with me. But there was no one. The forest was silent except for the faint rustle of leaves as the apples bounced off branches and thudded against the soft earth. My heart started pounding. I looked up and around in every direction, stepping out into the clearing, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever was throwing things at me. But all I saw were thick trees, their trunks standing still like silent guards, and patches of shadow that seemed to swallow the faint moonlight. There was no sign of movement, no shapes darting between the trees, no voices or footsteps. Nothing. I called out softly, but the only response was the echo of my own voice swallowed by the forest. My buddies couldn't be the ones doing this. There weren't enough of them to pull off something like this, and besides, they were all back in the field, where I had left them. I thought maybe some dog owners were out walking, but who throws apples? And in the middle of a forest, that deep? I crouched low, trying to stay quiet and see if anyone would show themselves, but the forest remained empty and still. The apples on the ground crushed beneath my boots as I took slow steps forward, eyes darting to every shadow. It felt like something out of a nightmare, but there was no monster or ghost. Just silence and dark, and the sharp smell of crushed fruit. I started moving back toward the edge of the trees, careful not to make a sound. My mind raced. Who or what could do this? I thought of hunters, maybe, but it was the wrong season for anything like that. Could it be kids? Some gang hiding in the forest, waiting to scare people? The thought of a group of people, hidden and watching, made the hairs on my neck stand up. I didn't want to run, didn't want to give whoever it was the satisfaction of seeing me scared. But at the same time, I knew I needed to get back to the field where I could find my friends, where there was safety in numbers. I started walking faster, stepping carefully but quicker, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of movement. Then I heard it. Not a shout or a laugh, just a barely audible snap of a twig breaking somewhere off to my right. I froze. My breath caught. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, too. I slowly turned toward the sound, but all I could see were tree trunks and darkness. No one moved. The night was suddenly too quiet, too still. I took a deep breath and kept moving, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't dare look behind me, afraid I'd see a shadow creeping closer. The path back seemed longer than before, the trees closing in as the moon slipped behind a cloud. I could barely see the edge of the field now, just a faint glow. Finally, I burst through the last line of trees and back into the open. The field was calm again, the laughter and voices of my friends floating over to me like a safe promise. I called out and they looked over, surprised to see me out of breath and a little shaken. They hadn't seen or heard anything strange. No one had been in the forest except us. I didn't tell them about the apples. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. But as I sat back down with the group, the cold bruises on my arm stinging every time I moved, I kept thinking about those quiet woods and the invisible things that threw those apples at me. Whoever or whatever it was, they knew how to hide, and they weren't about to show themselves. The forest stayed dark that night, and I didn't go back in. It was a bright, chilly winter morning, the kind of day where the sunlight feels sharp against the cold air, but it's still warm enough to sit by the window with a blanket and a good book. I had settled down in the living room, headphones on, listening to a playlist of soft, slow music that always helps me focus and relax. The kind of music that feels like a gentle hum around your mind, easy and steady. The kind that lets your thoughts drift in and out as you get lost in the pages of a story. I was deep into a collection of slightly unsettling tales. Nothing too scary, just enough to keep me on edge, but comfortable. The kind of stories you read when the day is bright and safe, so the tension feels like a distant thrill rather than something real. The sun streamed through the window, casting sharp shadows from the blinds onto the carpet, and the heating warmed the room just right. Then suddenly, there was a faint tapping sound. At first, I thought it was a branch brushing against the window, or maybe a bird. But the tapping continued, slow and steady, and it wasn't coming from the window. It was the front door. A soft knock, cautious, polite almost. I removed my headphones and listened more carefully, my heart rate barely rising, but my attention sharpening. The sound repeated, a knock, a pause, another knock. I wasn't expecting anyone. No one was supposed to come by today. I live alone, and mornings like this I usually keep to myself. I stood up and moved towards the door, feeling a slight chill as the warmth of the living room gave way to the cooler air near the entrance. My feet pressed down on the rug, quiet but steady, and I felt a small knot of unease twist in my stomach. Before I could reach the door, there was an almighty boom. It sounded like something heavy, a forceful strike. The noise echoed off the walls of the hallway, sharp and sudden, and my breath caught in my throat. My mind raced. That sound wasn't a knock anymore. It was a violent hit. Something had smashed or been slammed against the door. My heart pounded hard, thudding against my chest like it wanted to break free. I rushed forward, my hands trembling slightly as I grabbed the door handle and pulled it open. The door swung wide, almost as if it had been pushed or kicked in. The lock was broken, the deadbolt hanging uselessly off the frame. The door frame was scratched and splintered in places. I peered out into the quiet street, the bright sun making everything clear and sharp, but no one was there. The street was empty, still, and quiet except for the faint rustle of leaves caught in the winter breeze. No footsteps, no voices, no sign of anyone. It felt surreal. I stepped out onto the doorstep, eyes scanning left and right down the road. Nothing. No cars parked nearby. No people walking dogs or going about their day. Just silence. I shouted out, "Who's there?" My voice felt strange in the cold air, loud and awkward, but it brought no answer. No reply at all. I looked back inside the house, the door still hanging open, vulnerable. My hands were shaking now, fingers cold despite the warmth of the morning. I shut the door carefully, pushing it closed and trying to lock it, but the lock was broken beyond repair. I bolted it as best as I could with the old chain latch that didn't quite fit right. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had someone tried to break in? Had they been watching the house, waiting for me to be distracted? I thought about the stories I had been reading, about creepy neighbors, about strangers lurking unseen. For a moment, my thoughts blurred between fact and fiction. The bright morning, the quiet street, and that violent crash against the door all collided in my head, making me dizzy and unsure. The police came quickly after I called. They asked questions, took notes, inspected the door and the surrounding area. Their faces were serious but calm, and their presence was strangely reassuring, like a solid wall against the unknown. They found no fingerprints, no footprints in the street, nothing left behind except the damage to the door and the feeling that someone had been very close just moments before. After they left, the house felt too quiet, too empty. The sun still shone brightly outside, but the warmth didn't reach me anymore. I kept checking the windows, looking out from behind the curtains, half expecting to see a shadow or a figure lurking just out of sight. But nothing came. I sat back down in the living room, my hands still trembling, the music forgotten. I stared at the door, the broken lock, the scratches and splinters. How close had they been? How long had they been watching? The thought made my skin crawl. I knew I had to call a locksmith to fix the door properly. I had to feel safe again inside my own home. But for now, I stayed alert, my ears straining for any sound beyond the usual quiet. The day stretched on, bright and clear, but something had shifted. The sense of safety, the calm of a quiet winter morning, it felt fragile now, like glass waiting to shatter. I kept reminding myself there was no ghost, no supernatural force, no fairy tale monster waiting in the shadows. Just a person, a stranger, who had tried to break in and then vanished like smoke. That thought was both terrifying and strangely grounding. Real danger, real fear, but also something I could understand, fight, and protect myself against. By evening, the locksmith had come and gone. The new lock was solid, the door reinforced. I tested it carefully, pushing and pulling, feeling the strength behind the barrier. It was secure. I felt a little safer. The police said they'd keep an eye on the area, check patrols more often. I thanked them silently in my mind. That night, I lay in bed with the lights on, double-checking every lock and window before finally closing my eyes. The sun was gone, the world dark outside, but inside I tried to hold on to the light I had felt that morning. The warmth of the sun, the sound of my own steady breathing, the solid walls around me. Nothing else happened after that. No strange noises, no more knocks or bangs. Just the quiet return to normal, the slow healing of a shaken mind. The broken door was a reminder, a scar on the house's face, but also a symbol that I could still protect myself, even when the unexpected came crashing in. And though I still feel a shiver whenever I walk past that door, I know that day, that moment is over. The danger ran off, and I'm still here. Safe for now. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, I spent a lot of time outside. Back then, the woods near my house felt like an endless playground. I was pretty fearless and curious, wandering through the trees and exploring every little path I found. The neighborhood I lived in was tight-knit. I knew everyone, and everyone knew me. The woods were kind of a boundary between our houses and the bigger world, but I never thought much about what might be out there. I was just a kid, and the woods were my adventure spot. One afternoon, after school, I decided to explore a path I had found a few weeks earlier. It started in my backyard and stretched deep into the woods, winding through thick trees and patches of wildflowers. The path wasn't well marked or even clear in some places, but I liked that. It made me feel like I was discovering something secret, something just for me. I'd been down the path a few times before, always following it as it curved gently through the forest. On this day, something made me take a different turn. At a spot where the path forked, I didn't follow the usual left bend. Instead, I split off and went straight ahead, into the thicker part of the woods where I hadn't been before. The air was cooler here, and the sunlight filtering through the trees was dimmer, making the forest floor feel soft and quiet under my feet. I kept walking, pushing past some low branches and stepping over roots. After maybe 20 minutes, the trees suddenly opened up into a huge clearing. It was so wide and open that it felt like stepping into another world. What caught my eye immediately wasn't the clearing itself, though. It was the house sitting right in the middle of it. The house was gigantic. I mean, enormous. I hadn't seen anything like it before, especially not in this neighborhood or anywhere close. It looked like a mansion, but older, with tall windows, multiple chimneys, and a wide porch that wrapped all around it. The paint on the siding was faded, but the structure was solid. It felt like the kind of house that could have belonged to a wealthy family 100 years ago. The clearing was so big that you could have fit several soccer fields in it. The grass was tall and wild in some parts and trimmed in others, like whoever lived there cared about the lawn but didn't bother with the edges near the trees. I scanned the edges of the clearing, looking for any driveway or road, but there was none. The woods stretched right up to the grass all around the house with no clear path for a car to come through, except for one narrow dirt trail I saw leading toward one side of the clearing. At that moment, I noticed a beat-up old truck slowly rolling in along that trail. The truck was rusty and dented, like it had been patched up a dozen times. It was moving carefully, almost like the driver was trying not to disturb anything. Seeing the truck made me nervous. I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because I felt like I'd stumbled onto private property, or maybe it was just the surprise of finding something so big and hidden in the woods I thought I knew well. Whatever the reason, I didn't want to get caught or make trouble. So I turned around and hurried back the way I came, my heart beating a little faster than usual. When I got home, I told my parents about the house and the truck, but they just shrugged it off. They said there were old farms and houses scattered around that I probably hadn't noticed before. But that wasn't right. I lived here my whole life, and I knew every inch of the woods around the neighborhood. I was sure this was new, or at least something I had never seen before. The next weekend, I decided I had to go back and see the house again. I packed a small backpack with a water bottle and some snacks and set off in the morning, walking down the same path. When I reached the fork where I had split off before, I went straight again, just like last time. But something was wrong. I kept walking through the trees, but I couldn't find the clearing. The woods felt thicker, the branches more tangled. The ground was rougher, with more fallen leaves and broken twigs, but no sign of an open space. I walked for a long time, pushing through bushes and stepping over logs, but the clearing wasn't there. I stopped and looked around. The sun was higher now, casting shadows between the trees. I tried to remember exactly where the clearing should have been, but all I saw was dense forest. I walked back and forth, searching for any sign of the house or that trail the truck had used. Nothing. I got frustrated and confused. How could such a huge clearing just disappear? How could a massive house vanish like it had been swallowed by the woods overnight? I went back home feeling unsettled, but I told myself I must have taken a wrong turn or missed the opening somehow. Over the next few weeks, I asked around the neighborhood. I talked to older kids, neighbors, and even some adults who had lived in the area for a long time. Nobody had ever heard of a big house in the woods. Nobody remembered a clearing that size either. It was as if it had never existed. That mystery stuck with me for years. Sometimes, I'd go back to that fork in the path and try to find the clearing again, but it was always just trees and underbrush. No sign of the trail, no open space, no house. Looking back now, it's hard to explain what I saw. There was nothing supernatural about it. No ghosts, no strange creatures. Just a house that appeared once and then vanished without a trace. It makes me wonder if maybe someone had built a private place deep in the woods and then dismantled it quickly. Or maybe I stumbled onto a secret property used for something private, like a hunting lodge or a hidden retreat, and they covered it up. Whatever the reason, that strange encounter was the first time I realized the woods I thought I knew so well still had secrets I couldn't explain. It was a lesson in how even the most familiar places can hide things beneath the surface, things that don't make sense and leave you questioning what you thought you knew. And that feeling of finding something strange and unexplained stayed with me long after the trees closed back in. I used to live in a small town in rural Oklahoma, a place so small that most people didn't even know it existed. The population was barely over 140 people, spread out over miles of dusty roads and fields that seemed to go on forever. We all lived pretty far apart, mostly in shacks, rundown houses, or old trailers. The land around us was mostly scrubby brush and stubborn trees that somehow managed to survive the harsh Oklahoma weather. It wasn't much, but it was home. One year, a huge tornado ripped through a nearby area. I remember the day clear as anything. The sky turned a strange greenish-gray color, thick and heavy with storm clouds rolling in faster than I'd ever seen before. The wind started howling, shaking everything loose, snapping branches and rattling the loose tin on the roofs. But somehow, against all odds, that tornado curved away and missed our little town entirely. It was like the storm had a mind of its own and decided to spare us for some reason. I was living in a small shack back then, not much more than a rough wooden box with a tin roof and a dirt floor. It sat in the middle of nowhere, really, surrounded by nothing but empty fields, scrub brush, and the occasional stubborn tree that had survived some past storm or fire. My neighbors weren't much better off. A few lived in trailers that looked like they could blow away in a strong wind, others in old houses that had been patched up one too many times. We didn't have much, but we had each other in a quiet, rough sort of way. After that tornado had passed through the nearby area, my friend and I crawled out of the cellar. We had spent what felt like hours huddled underground, the wind roaring above us, the sound like nothing I've ever heard before and hope never to hear again. The earth shook, the house trembled, and the noise was so loud it felt like it would tear the sky apart. But when the roar finally died away, we waited a long time before moving, too scared to open the door and face what was outside. Finally, the air seemed calm enough. We pushed open the hatch and stepped outside into a strange, quiet world. The sky was still dark with clouds, but the storm had moved on, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. We looked around, expecting to see damage everywhere, but our town was mostly untouched. The tornado had missed us. That relief was a weight off my chest, but it didn't last long. As we started walking around, checking the other buildings and seeing how bad things were, I began to feel something strange on my face. It wasn't just dust from the storm or rain, it was heavier and sticky. My friend gave me this weird look, then reached up and rubbed my face. That's when I realized my hands were bright red. At first, I thought I was bleeding or had some kind of rash, but it wasn't my own blood. It was something else. I looked up and suddenly noticed the trees. Chunks of something, large, heavy chunks, were hanging in the branches. At first, I couldn't quite believe it. It looked like big lumps of meat, but then it dawned on me. They were parts of cows. The tornado had gone straight through someone's entire herd of cattle. The animals had been torn apart by the storm, their bodies shredded and thrown high into the air. Some pieces hanging tangled in the trees like grotesque ornaments. Blood dripped slowly from the branches, and in the air, a fine mist of blood floated, mixing with dust and moisture from the rain and storm. It was one of the most surreal things I've ever seen, and I wish I had a camera phone back then to capture it, but that kind of technology didn't exist for us. The silence around was almost unbearable. No birds, no animals, no wind blowing through the trees, just that quiet, thick stillness that felt heavy and wrong. We stood there for what felt like forever, staring at the blood-soaked branches and the chunks of cows tangled in the trees, the sticky red dripping down onto the ground. The smell was faint, but it was there, metallic and sickly sweet, the smell of fresh blood and death that made my stomach turn. The ground beneath our feet was muddy and soaked, darkened by the blood that had fallen from the sky. I looked at my hands again, smeared with red, and wiped them on my pants, but the stains wouldn't come out. My friend just shook his head, the look on his face a mix of disbelief and unease. We kept moving, stepping carefully through the brush and down the dirt roads, keeping our eyes peeled for more signs of damage. But it wasn't just the torn-up cattle that made this different from any storm I'd seen. The whole area felt wrong. The way the trees were bent, twisted, and stripped of bark by the wind. The way the soil was churned up and littered with broken pieces of wood, roofing, and metal. The way the air smelled sharp and raw, like the earth itself had been cut open. We found a few more farms nearby that hadn't been completely destroyed, but every place had something torn apart, scattered, or missing. There were downed power lines, flattened fences, and the carcasses of animals left behind where their owners couldn't reach them. Some neighbors were already out trying to salvage what they could, but most just stared, numb or shaking. What stuck with me most, though, was the quiet. No bird song, no insects buzzing, no dogs barking or cattle lowing. Just silence. It was as if everything that had a voice had been silenced by the storm, or worse, had fled. The wind that came afterward was weak and hollow, moving through the broken trees and dead brush with a soft whisper that sounded like a warning. The smell of blood lingered in the air for days after the tornado, especially when the wind shifted just right. I couldn't get it out of my head, and every time I went outside, I kept expecting to see more of those awful chunks of animal flesh caught in the trees. The sight stayed with me like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. That terrible image burned into my mind. People around town talked quietly about the tornado, mostly thankful it hadn't hit us directly, but there was a shadow hanging over those conversations. Everyone knew how bad it had been nearby, and the way it tore through the cattle was a brutal reminder of how quickly nature could turn violent and cruel. Weeks later, the smell finally started to fade, the blood drying and washing away with the rain. The trees began to shed their shredded leaves, and life slowly crept back into the quiet fields. Birds returned cautiously, calling softly as they tested the safety of the broken landscape. But I never forgot what I saw that day. How the tornado didn't just destroy buildings or uproot trees, but tore apart living things and left death hanging from the branches like a grim trophy. The silence after the storm wasn't peaceful. It was a heavy, heavy silence, full of loss and something almost like mourning. I never wanted to see anything like that again. The memory of the blood misting in the air, the red staining my skin, and the strange quiet that swallowed the land stayed with me for years. It was a reminder that sometimes the worst damage storms leave behind isn't just the wreckage of homes, but the broken pieces of life they scatter and the emptiness they bring in the silence afterward. The summer sun was high, pouring warmth over the wide open prairie where the farm sat. The sky was a sharp, endless blue, so clear it almost hurt to look at it directly. I was little then, maybe 5 or 6 years old, though sometimes it feels like I can't even trust the age I was. My memories from back then are soft and blurry, like a picture out of focus, but this day keeps coming back to me, pulling at the edges of my mind like a faded photograph I keep trying to sharpen. We were visiting a farm that belonged to some friends my family used to know. They had lived on our street, but had moved away to this place, miles and miles from anywhere. The nearest town was at least an hour's drive down winding roads that passed by empty fields, old fences, and the occasional abandoned barn falling apart under the sun. There was nothing out here but farm and sky. I remember the heat that day. It wasn't the kind of heat where you sweat right away, but the kind that presses softly on your skin, making the air feel thick and heavy. The wheat fields surrounding the farm were tall, taller than me by a lot, and golden like they caught every bit of sunlight and stored it in their stalks. The wheat whispered and rustled in the breeze, but every so often the wind would stop completely, and the world would go silent except for the faint sounds of the farm. Chickens clucking, distant dogs barking, the quiet hum of insects. I was with Carrie, a girl my age who lived on the farm. She had wild blonde hair that always looked messy and dirty from playing outside. We spent the day running around, feeding chickens that clucked and flapped their wings whenever we got too close. We caught tadpoles in the little stream that cut through the edge of the fields, holding them carefully in our cupped hands before setting them back free. It was simple and carefree, the kind of play only kids seem to understand, full of small adventures. But then Carrie said she wanted to show me something. We left the farmyard and walked through the wheat fields, the stalks brushing against our arms and legs, whispering with every step. Walking through wheat makes a kind of noise, a dry rustle that fills your ears and makes you feel like you're in a tunnel made of gold. The stalks swayed gently, bending under the weight of the day's heat. We moved toward the edge of the field, where the wheat stopped suddenly, giving way to a broken-down wooden wagon that looked like it belonged to another time. The wood was cracked and faded, nails sticking out here and there, and the wheels were half buried in the dirt, leaning at an odd angle. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, left to rot under the sun. Beyond the wagon was a small rise, a little hill covered with a thin line of trees that marked the edge of the farm. The trees were a mix of tall oaks and scraggly pines, their branches tangled and leaves thick enough to block the sunlight. We wandered over there, climbing the rise and sitting at the base of the trees where the earth was soft and dark beneath the shade. We played quietly for a while, moving sticks and stones, feeling the coolness under the trees after the heat of the wheat field. But something changed. It's hard to explain, even now. The air shifted. The wind died completely. The world grew quiet in a way that made my skin crawl, like the calm before a storm you can't see. Carrie and I stopped talking, the noise of our laughter and voices fading into silence. I remember feeling suddenly very cold, like a chill ran straight through me, making my skin sweaty and clammy all at once. It was confusing because the sun was still shining down hard, warming everything around us. And then I saw him. It's a vague memory, and maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a man standing just inside the trees. He was dark in a way that made it impossible to tell his face, or even if he was moving. He just stood there, watching us. There was something about him that didn't feel right, though I didn't understand why back then. The world around me felt like it had frozen, and my heart started pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I wanted to say something to Carrie, but I was too scared. I think she felt it too because we both just stayed still, wide-eyed, barely breathing. The sun was still shining bright, but the warmth felt distant, like a blanket that had slipped away. Everything was so quiet. The wind that had whispered through the wheat was gone, and the only sound was the distant chirp of birds, but even that felt muted far away. I remember the cold sweat on my skin, the chill running up my arms, the pounding of my heart. I remember the feeling of being small and exposed out there, with nothing but wheat and sky around us. The man stayed there for what felt like forever, watching us silently from the edge of the trees. Then, without a word, Carrie grabbed my hand and started to jog back across the field. I remember the panic rising in my chest, squeezing tight like a fist. The wheat rustled loudly as we ran, the stalks hitting my arms and legs, the noise rushing in my ears. We didn't look back. I don't think we even spoke. We just ran. The sun was still bright, but I felt like we were running away from something dark. My chest burned and my breath came in quick, shallow gasps. The wide open field suddenly felt dangerous, like there was nowhere to hide. The farmyard was miles away, but every step felt urgent. When we reached the farmhouse, I was trembling. I don't remember what happened next, if the man followed us or if he stayed there in the trees, but I do remember the fear. It stayed with me for a long time, that cold, heavy fear that makes your skin crawl and your mind race. Sometimes I wonder if we really saw someone, or if it was just my imagination running wild. Maybe it was a shadow, or a trick of the light. Maybe I was just a kid scared of the dark woods at the edge of the farm. But the memory is so clear in one way. How scared I felt, how quiet everything was, how suddenly the warm summer day felt cold and heavy. That feeling stayed with me long after we left the farm. Even now, when I think about it, I can feel that panic rising in my chest like it did all those years ago. I never told anyone about it, and maybe that's why it lingers, a shadow in my mind I can't quite shake. The memory is blurry and incomplete, but the fear is real. I try to tell myself it was nothing, just kids playing in the fields and making something out of nothing. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see those dark trees, the broken wagon, and the silhouette of that man standing silently at the edge of the woods. And I remember how, even on the sunniest day, the world can suddenly feel cold and dangerous in a way you can't explain. That night still plays over in my mind, clear as the stars that barely pierced the dense canopy above the road we took. It wasn't planned to be anything more than a quick adventure, just a simple drive down a local road known among some as haunted. I had heard whispers from friends about it, stories that sounded like urban legends. Nothing wild or supernatural, just enough eerie to make you think twice. It was off the main roads, tucked away in a patch of thick forest. When we arrived, it looked like the kind of place that could swallow you whole without a second thought. The entrance was strange, like something out of a dark storybook. The trees on either side bent and twisted inward, their branches knotting together overhead, forming this arch that felt both beautiful and menacing. It was like walking into a tunnel made of wood and shadow. The light there was dim, even though it wasn't too late yet. I remember the air was cooler, heavier somehow, like it was holding its breath. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, damp and decaying, making a faint, crunchy sound underfoot. We had 2 cars with us that night. My friends and I were in the lead car, with the second car lagging behind because they got stuck at a traffic light on the way here. So, we waited at the entrance. Just standing there, waiting felt odd. The silence was too thick, too complete for a place near a road. Then it started, whispers. I'm not talking about the kind of whispering you make to be sneaky or funny. It was soft, almost too soft to tell if it was really there, like someone speaking just beyond hearing, barely above the rustling of leaves. The kind of sound that makes your skin prickle. At first, we looked around, trying to figure out if someone was nearby. No cars, no people, just the trees. The whispers didn't seem to come from one place, but all around us, like they were floating on the air itself. Each of us asked the others if they were hearing it too. No one wanted to admit if they were scared, but the looks on our faces said it all. We all agreed it was real, even if we didn't want to believe it. The moment we agreed, the mood shifted. We suddenly wanted to leave. Not just because of the whispers, but because something about the place felt wrong. There was no easy way out. The road was narrow and one way, no turning around. It was as if the trees were waiting for us to commit before letting us go. We got into our car and started driving. The road was barely wide enough for one car, lined on both sides by thick woods. The branches scraped the sides of the vehicle like thin fingers reaching out. The canopy above blocked most of the moonlight, plunging us into near darkness. Our headlights cut through the blackness in front of us, but beyond the beams, the road disappeared into shadows. We drove for about 3 minutes. The only sounds were the engine humming and the crunch of tires on gravel. The forest pressed in tight on both sides. Then it happened. I felt something, a sudden rush of air brushing past my face like a cold blanket, though the windows were closed. It was quick but enough to make me shiver. Then, without warning, I started crying. Tears came out of nowhere, and I couldn't stop. It wasn't sadness or fear. It just poured out uncontrollably, hot and raw. I tried to hold it back, but my chest tightened and sobs shook me. The others in the car noticed, but no one said anything. It was as if the air itself had opened a door inside me. The windows fogged up quickly, thick clouds spreading over the glass. I wiped a spot to see ahead, but my breath hitched again and the fog returned. Then, a handprint appeared on the windshield. Not a smudge or random mark, but a clear handprint pressed from the outside. It looked fresh, but like it had just been made. The outline was detailed, showing fingers and palm clearly. I stared at it, frozen, while the handprint slowly changed. It stretched and shifted, becoming a footprint. A full foot, toes and heel pressed against the glass, moving downward like someone was sliding their foot down the window. Then, just as quickly as it came, the print vanished, fading into the fog and leaving the glass clear again. The crying stopped as suddenly as it started. The air grew normal again. The windows cleared. We continued driving, and before long, the road opened up into a familiar stretch, and the feeling of suffocation lifted. The tightness in my chest went away. I looked around at my friends, all pale and wide-eyed, still silent. None of us spoke for a long time. Even after we left that road, the heaviness lingered. The trees lining that entrance, the way they bent and formed a dark gateway, felt like a warning. That night, something unseen brushed against us, and it wasn't just in our heads. We never tried to explain what it was, because the more you talk about it, the more real it becomes. And some things we agreed are better left alone. To this day, the road is still talked about. It's a place some people seek out, drawn by stories and daredevil curiosity. But every time I think about it, that cold air and the sudden flood of tears come back. The handprint on the fogged window stays burned in my mind. No matter how many times I tell myself it was just my imagination or a trick of the mind, it feels too real. Maybe it was just the isolation, the darkness, or the way the forest shapes the wind and sound. But some part of me knows the road doesn't want you there. It waits, watching quietly, ready to reach out when you're not looking. That night taught me that some places hold a weight you can't see, something that presses against your skin and slips inside your mind. You don't need ghosts or monsters for something to be scary. Sometimes it's just the silence, the emptiness, and the feeling that you're not alone even when you should be. I haven't gone back since, and I don't plan to. The road is still there, bending like a dark breath in the woods, waiting for the next person curious enough to drive through. And maybe next time, it won't just be a handprint on the window. Maybe it'll be something worse. Back in the late 1980s, my brother and I decided to take a trip to Paris. It was one of those trips that felt like a rite of passage, something we had been talking about for years. We were both into music and the culture around it, and one of the main things on our list was to visit Jim Morrison's grave. We had grown up listening to The Doors, and the idea of seeing where he was laid to rest felt important, even if it was just a tourist thing. It wasn't about superstition or any of that. It was just a moment we wanted to capture and remember. We both had our own 35mm cameras, reliable old-school film cameras that we knew well. We had taken plenty of photos before, during other trips and everyday life. We were careful with them, always double-checking that the film was loaded right, that the cameras were closed tight, and that the film advanced correctly after each shot. Opening a camera by mistake and exposing the film was a rookie mistake we didn't make anymore. The day we went to the cemetery, it was a dull, gray morning. The sky was overcast, but not rainy, just heavy with clouds. We walked through the streets of Paris, full of tourists and locals, until we finally reached Père Lachaise Cemetery. It's a famous place, sprawling and old, with rows and rows of tightly packed graves, some of them ornately carved, others plain and weathered. The air had a quiet stillness to it that felt different from the busy city just outside the gates. We spent a long time walking through the cemetery, trying to find Jim Morrison's grave. There were signs pointing the way, but the cemetery was so vast and maze-like that it took a while to get there. As we moved deeper into the rows of tombstones and monuments, the noise from the city faded almost completely. The only sounds were the soft footsteps on gravel paths and the occasional distant murmur of tourists. When we finally reached the grave, it was a small plot surrounded by a simple wrought iron fence. People had left flowers, notes, and small tokens, guitars, records, and little figurines. It felt more like a shrine than just a gravesite. We both raised our cameras and started taking pictures. We snapped photos of the grave itself, the surrounding monuments, and the people quietly paying their respects. It felt like we were capturing something meaningful. After a while, we moved on and took pictures around other parts of the cemetery, old statues, weathered mausoleums, twisted trees. Then we left the cemetery and spent the rest of the day wandering around Paris. We took pictures at famous spots like the Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame, and along the Seine River. Everything seemed normal. The cameras worked perfectly. When we got back home, we were excited to get the film developed. We handed over our rolls to a local photo lab, which was pretty standard in those days. A few days later, we picked up the prints, eager to see the images from our trip. That's when things got strange. The pictures taken outside the cemetery were perfectly fine. The shots at the Eiffel Tower were sharp and clear. The images of Notre Dame and the Seine looked exactly how we remembered them. But when we looked at the pictures from inside the cemetery, most of them were completely black. It wasn't a slight underexposure or a blurry shot. It was total darkness. No shapes, no shadows, just blackness. Out of all the pictures we took inside Père Lachaise, only 2 came out at all. The rest, around 16 images between the 2 rolls, were blank. The odd thing was that this happened on both our cameras. We didn't share a camera or the same roll of film. We had 2 separate rolls, and the issue appeared in both. The before and after sections of the film were fine. The shots we took just before entering and just after leaving the cemetery printed perfectly, but all the pictures from inside were gone. We were experienced enough to know this wasn't a case of user error. We hadn't opened the cameras or exposed the film to light. We hadn't done anything differently that day than usual. The cameras functioned correctly before and after that part of the trip. The film was fine, and the lab had no complaints or mix-ups. They even checked their equipment to make sure nothing had gone wrong during development. Everything seemed normal except for those black frames. It didn't make sense. At first, we thought maybe it was some kind of accidental exposure or a problem with the chemicals in the developing process. But that would have affected the whole roll, not just the middle section from the cemetery. It felt like something was selectively ruining the images from that specific location, that specific moment. We went back and looked at the photos multiple times, trying to find a clue or an explanation. The 2 pictures that did print from inside the cemetery showed the grave and a nearby monument, but the rest were blank. We compared notes about what we remembered photographing, and it matched perfectly with the images that were missing. We knew exactly what should have been there. We even checked the cameras again to see if something was wrong with the shutters or light seals, but both cameras were fine. The film was fresh, not expired or damaged. It was one of those moments where you question everything, wondering if you missed something obvious, or if the world just decided to mess with you. In the end, we never found a clear answer. We never discovered a technical fault, a mistake, or anything that could explain why nearly all our photos from that time inside Père Lachaise cemetery were lost. It wasn't a ghost story or something supernatural, just a strange and frustrating mystery that left us puzzled. The experience stuck with us, though, a reminder that sometimes, even with the best equipment and careful hands, things just don't go as expected. And sometimes, memories are the only things that stay intact, even when the pictures don't. I was about 12 years old when it happened. It was one of those clear, warm summer nights on Long Island, the kind that feels like it stretches forever. My mom and I were in the hot tub in our backyard, wrapped in the soft, warm bubbles, looking up at the night sky. The backyard was quiet, except for the gentle hum of the hot tub jets and the occasional rustle of the trees. I remember how the steam rose from the water, mixing with the cool air, and how the stars above looked especially bright against the dark blue canvas of the sky. We often spent time outside like that, just relaxing and stargazing, because the sky over Long Island, despite all the city lights, could still show a decent number of stars on clear nights. Of course, there was almost always something in the sky to remind us we were close to the city and the airports, a commercial plane, a military jet from the nearby Air Force Base, helicopters. The air traffic was constant, like a never-ending parade overhead, and it was something I had grown used to. But that night was different. As we soaked and watched, my mom suddenly pointed out something unusual. "Look," she said quietly, "there isn't a single plane up there right now." It struck me because it was true. The sky above us was completely silent. No blinking lights, no distant engines, no steady drone from the aircraft constantly passing overhead. It was rare to have a clear sky with no planes for even a minute or two, let alone longer. The quiet felt strange, almost unnatural. The usual background noise of the night, distant cars, crickets, the buzz of airplanes, was suddenly gone. Then, just after my mom said that, all the other ambient noise around us stopped too. Not just the planes, but everything else. The crickets went silent. The wind seemed to drop. Even the trees stopped their soft whispering. The backyard felt like it was holding its breath. I don't know why, but my attention was drawn sharply to the eastern part of the sky. There was a magnetic pull, almost like something was calling me to look there. I followed that feeling and focused on the eastern horizon. At first, there was nothing but stars and the usual faint glow of distant city lights. Then it appeared. The object materialized in the sky, as if it had suddenly dropped out of nowhere, or maybe even appeared from space. It wasn't moving slowly, like a plane climbing in altitude. Instead, it was already there, head-on, coming straight toward us. But it wasn't an airplane. At least, it didn't look like any plane I'd ever seen. It was crescent-shaped, a black silhouette against the stars. The shape was strange, like a wide curve, smooth and sleek, with no visible wings or tail fins. Its body was deep black, darker than the night sky, almost like it was absorbing the stars behind it. Along the curve were 4 large, steady green lights spaced evenly apart. They weren't blinking or flashing like aircraft lights normally do. Instead, they glowed steadily, with a strange calmness, casting a subtle green tint on the edges of the craft. It was enormous. It took up about a third of the sky above us. Impossibly large for something flying that low, but it wasn't very far up either. I estimated it was maybe half a mile above us, just high enough to be clearly visible, but close enough that the size was overwhelming. The way it moved was what truly caught me off guard. It flew across the sky without making a single sound. No engine roar, no whirring of turbines, no faint buzzing. Nothing. It just glided silently, smooth as glass, with a motion that was too perfect, too deliberate to be a normal aircraft. As it passed overhead, it pulled up sharply, banking to the south, heading toward the ocean. It moved quickly, but not in a rush, just steady and sure. It left behind no contrails, no trails of smoke or vapor, nothing to mark its passage except for a strange feeling in the air. When it disappeared over the southern horizon, the atmosphere around us seemed to shift. The air felt charged, like just after a thunderstorm when the sky is clearing and the breeze carries the smell of rain on the ground. But there was no storm. The feeling was electric, almost like the air itself was humming quietly with energy, though no sound came from it. My mom and I stayed there for a long time after it passed, trying to process what we'd just seen. I've lived near the Air Force Base my whole life, so I've seen plenty of military aircraft, jets, helicopters, experimental planes, even some old stealth bombers flying practice runs at night. Nothing I've ever seen looked or behaved like that crescent-shaped craft. The next day, when I tried to explain what happened, I found it hard to put into words. How do you describe something that seems impossible? Something that looks like it came from another world, but feels so real you can almost reach out and touch it? I never forgot that night. It left a mark on me, not because it was frightening, but because it made me realize how much we don't understand about what's out there in our skies. I kept watching the sky for years after, hoping to see it again or something like it. Sometimes, I'd tell myself maybe it was a trick of light or some kind of unusual reflection. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. It was unlike any aircraft, drone, or military plane I've ever seen. I never saw it again, but that moment stayed with me. The silence, the stillness, the way the sky just seemed to open up and show me something completely unexpected. Sometimes, when the night is still and the sky is clear, I still look east and wonder if it's out there, waiting to come back. I was about 10 years old during the summer of 2000 when my family went on a long road trip through the Southwest. It was one of those trips that felt endless for a kid, driving through wide open spaces, long stretches of highway, and twisting canyons that seemed to stretch forever. The sun was hot, the windows were down sometimes, but mostly I just sat in the back seat staring out the window, bored and restless. We were driving through what I think was Arizona, but I'm not totally sure anymore. The canyons were high and rocky, reddish-brown and orange, with green scrub here and there. The road clung to the edge of cliffs and wound back and forth, snaking through the landscape. I remember the guardrails along the side of the road, long, shiny metal bars that were meant to keep cars from slipping off the steep drop. They stretched for miles. Because the drive was so boring and long, I didn't pay attention most of the time. I was daydreaming, watching the scenery slide past, the guardrails flickering in and out of view as the car curved through the canyon. Then, suddenly, something strange happened. For a brief second, the guardrail disappeared entirely, and then it snapped back again like it was never gone. It caught my attention right away. I sat up a little straighter and looked out the back window to see what was going on. There was a break in the guardrail, like a chunk was missing, and the metal bent and twisted. It looked as if someone had driven off the road there, crashing through the barrier. I told myself maybe the wind or sunlight made it look weird, but it was definitely a gap. I spoke up, pointing it out, saying maybe a car had gone over the side. I was curious and a bit worried, but my stepdad, who was driving, wasn't someone who liked to listen or take me seriously. He had a nasty way about him and loved to shut me down. So of course, he snapped back, telling me I was imagining things and that I should stop talking nonsense. He didn't like to agree with me about anything, no matter what. I got frustrated, annoyed at being ignored, so I huffed and turned back to staring out the window. The broken guardrail stayed on my mind, though. I tried to focus on the passing desert and rocky hills, but that spot stuck in my brain. It was weird seeing the metal bent like that, like it was a scar on the road. We kept driving through the canyon, winding down lower toward the canyon floor. Hours passed, the sun climbing high and then starting to drop as afternoon turned into evening. Eventually, we circled around to the bottom of the canyon, where the road leveled out and the cliffs towered overhead. That's when I saw it again, the same spot where the guardrail had been broken. Only now there was something more. Parked off the side of the road, half buried in dirt and gravel, was a car turned upside down. Its wheels were pointing at the sky, and the windshield was smashed. The whole thing looked battered and abandoned, as if it had been left there a long time. I couldn't believe it. My heart jumped, and I pointed it out excitedly. I wanted to stop and call for help, worried that someone might still be inside or hurt nearby. But my stepdad refused. He said there was nothing to do, that someone else probably already called the police. His voice was sharp and dismissive. I remember staring at the car for a long time as we drove past. It was strange, and the whole situation felt heavy and unsettling. I kept wondering if there had been someone inside when it happened, if they were hurt or worse. The road was quiet except for the engine and the sound of tires on pavement. What stuck with me the most was how the car was just left there, on the side of the hill with no sign of rescue or cleanup. There was no smoke or fire, no flashing lights from emergency vehicles, nothing to suggest anyone had come to deal with it. I couldn't understand why the car wasn't removed or towed away. It looked like a frozen accident scene. The rest of the trip passed in a blur, but I never forgot that broken guardrail or the overturned car. Years later, I still think about it whenever I see a guardrail or drive through similar canyons. I wonder about the people involved, if they survived, if they got help, or if the accident was too dangerous to clear. Maybe the car was too risky to remove because of the steep cliffs or unstable ground. I don't remember ever hearing about the accident in the news or seeing anything about it afterward. It's like the whole thing just vanished, left to sit there quietly on that lonely road. That trip felt like a small moment frozen in time, a strange gap in the everyday, where something bad happened but got ignored or forgotten. It wasn't a ghost story or a fairy tale. It was just real. It was about a broken guardrail, an overturned car, and a kid watching it all in silence, wondering what had happened and why no one was fixing it. Sometimes I think about how close danger can be, how easy it is for something terrible to happen just beyond the edge of the road, hidden from view. I think about how adults don't always take kids seriously, and how little moments like that stick with you, long after the trip is over. That day in the canyon is a memory I carry quietly with me, a reminder of how fragile things can be, and how sometimes the scary part is not what you see, but what's left unanswered. When I was 12 years old, I got a phone that was pretty special for the time. It wasn't just a regular phone. It could turn sideways and act like a little camcorder. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. From the moment I got it, I started recording everything. I recorded my friends, my family, little adventures, and random moments that seemed boring back then, but felt important somehow. I liked having something to look back on later, something to prove that the day actually happened. One of the places I loved to explore with my brother was the junkyard right in front of my cousin's house. My cousin lived just across the street, and the junkyard was behind their house, fenced off but old and a little beaten down. The fence wasn't high, just a rusty wire one, and my brother and I used to jump over it like it was nothing. It was one of those places that you might think would be scary, full of old, broken-down cars and junk scattered everywhere. But to me and my brother, it was like a secret playground. We were always curious about the old cars, the rusted hoods, the shattered windshields, and the strange smells: oil, rust, dirt, and something else hard to describe. We'd wander around for hours, climbing over piles of scrap metal and leaning into the cracked windows of the cars to imagine what they were like back when they still worked. I always had my phone with me, filming every little thing. My brother would sometimes take the camera, and sometimes I would. We never really felt scared there. It was more like an adventure. The junkyard wasn't big, maybe just enough space for a dozen or so old cars and trucks, and it seemed quiet all the time. I never saw any workers there, no owners, nothing. Just the junk and us. One summer afternoon, my brother, my cousin, and I decided to go back again. I had my phone, and I was excited to record us jumping over the fence. My brother had his own phone, but mine was better for video. We stood on the street, laughing and teasing each other, trying to get the perfect angle to catch each jump. My cousin was the first to go, then my brother, and finally me. My brother held the phone and pointed it at me as I climbed up the fence and swung my legs over. The moment I landed on the other side, he handed the phone back to me. I turned it so I could start filming the junkyard itself, panning slowly across the grass and the old cars. The grass there was tall, maybe up to our knees, wild and tangled. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows across the field, making everything look a little darker, a little more mysterious. As I moved the phone to show the scrap piles, I caught something on the screen that made my stomach drop. In the distance, just past one of the cars, something moved. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, or maybe a deer or a stray dog running through the grass. But when I zoomed in later, it was clear it wasn't an animal. It was a human figure. The shape was quick and blurred, running fast through the grass and slipping behind the car. Just like that, it vanished. I felt a chill. The figure moved in a way that didn't seem normal, too fast, almost like it was trying not to be seen. The grass around it rippled as it passed, but no footsteps or voices reached us when we were there. It was as if the figure had melted into the junkyard itself. I showed the video to my family later that night, replaying it over and over. Everyone was quiet, watching the figure run and disappear, and then looking at me like I was crazy for even bringing it up. My uncle, who was the kind of guy who loved mysteries and hunting for weird stuff, said we should go out there at night and record again, try to catch whatever it was. But I wasn't interested in going back after dark. The idea of that figure, running through the junkyard in the fading light, made my skin crawl. The junkyard never had a sign, never had any lights, and there was never any sound except for the wind or the rustling grass. I never asked about its history because I didn't want to know. Sometimes, it's better not to know what went on behind a place like that. The feeling I got from that video stuck with me for a long time. Even when I wasn't thinking about it, sometimes I would catch myself staring out the window at night, imagining that figure running just beyond the edge of the street, always watching, always waiting. We kept going to my cousin's house sometimes, but we never went back into that junkyard after dark. My uncle gave up on the idea of going out there at night to record, and eventually, we all just stopped talking about it. The video stayed on my phone for years, a quiet reminder of something strange that didn't make sense and probably never would. I never saw the figure again, and I never found out who or what it was. But every time I think about that day, and that moment when the phone caught something moving through the grass, I remember how real it felt. Not like a ghost story or some made-up scare, but something much simpler, something human and silent, and maybe just a little dangerous. That was the day I realized that some places hold secrets you don't want to dig into, even if you're curious. And some things you catch on camera don't want to be found. I was out walking in the woods with some friends. It was the middle of the day, the kind of day where the sunlight filters through the leaves in long, warm beams, and the air feels fresh, but still holds the faint scent of damp earth and pine. The woods weren't very deep or wild. We could see houses a little way off, just across a field that stretched between the edge of the trees and the distant road. The kind of place where the woods slowly fade into someone's backyard, where the sound of lawnmowers and distant voices sometimes drift through the air. There were 4 of us walking along a narrow dirt path that twisted and turned through the trees. The path was well-worn but narrow enough that we had to walk in a rough line. The trees on either side were tall and close enough to block most of the wind. The forest floor was soft with fallen leaves, broken twigs, and patches of moss. We were all enjoying the walk, moving at a steady pace, with the quiet chatter of friends around me and the occasional bird call from the canopy above. Suddenly, without warning, 3 of us stopped dead in our tracks. I don't know who first sensed it, but it was like the air itself shifted. We all looked at each other with a kind of wordless understanding. Our eyes flicked sideways, searching the woods ahead and behind, as if trying to spot something that wasn't there, or maybe something that wasn't supposed to be. "Something is coming," one of us said quietly, his voice barely a whisper, more like an instinct than a full thought. Nobody disagreed. The feeling was too strong, too clear. The kind of feeling that makes the hair on your neck stand up even though the air is still. For a moment, we just stood there waiting. Then it came. It moved faster than anything I've ever seen or felt. It traveled along the same narrow path we were walking on, but it wasn't just in front of us. It seemed to pass through us. I can't explain how or what it was, but it felt like a gust of wind without any actual wind. There was no sound, no rustle of leaves, no sudden movement in the trees, just this sudden rush of presence, a powerful but invisible force that slid through the space where we stood. It was like something enormous, but without a solid shape. Not a shadow, not a blur, but a weight or pressure, like a wave of cold air that doesn't touch your skin, or the moment when you lean against a heavy door that suddenly swings open. The 4th person in our group didn't stop. He kept walking, oblivious to the pause and the strange feeling we shared. At the time, it didn't seem strange that he didn't notice. We just assumed he was distracted, or maybe not paying attention. Later, I found out he was diagnosed with a kind of bipolar disorder, which maybe explains why he didn't experience what the rest of us did. When we caught up to him a few minutes later, nobody mentioned what had happened. I've thought about that moment many times since. It's hard to describe, but it wasn't frightening in a way that made me want to run or scream. It was more like witnessing something outside of normal reality, something that didn't belong but wasn't malicious. It didn't want to hurt us. It was just passing. The whole thing lasted maybe 5 or 6 seconds from the moment we stopped to when the feeling had moved past us. But in those seconds, time felt stretched and strange, like the world was holding its breath. Afterwards, we kept walking, but none of us spoke about it. It was as if acknowledging what had happened would somehow give it more power, or maybe make us question our own sanity. Looking back, I realize how odd it was that we never talked about it. Usually, when something strange happens, people want to share, to explain it, to make it normal again by putting it into words. But that day, we all just carried the weight of it quietly, like a secret we didn't know how to share. Later, when I got the chance, I asked one of the friends who had stopped with me if he remembered it at all. He said he remembered it faintly, just like me, the feeling of something huge and strange passing through the woods with us, moving too fast to see, too close to ignore. He mentioned our friend, who didn't notice anything, and told me about his diagnosis. It made me wonder if we really did experience the same thing, or if our minds just played tricks on us in that silent forest. The strangest part was how it seemed to come from nowhere, like it was moving from a different time or place altogether, but then passed right through here, through us, and disappeared again just as quickly. It didn't linger or try to follow. It was like two worlds brushing past each other for a brief moment, with no intention beyond crossing the same narrow path. I never found any answers. There was no logical explanation for what we felt, no sound, no footprint, no disturbance in the woods to mark where it had been. Just a deep, inexplicable presence that passed on, leaving us standing there, wondering if it had really happened or if we had all imagined it together. I don't think I'll ever forget that day, or the strange weight of silence that followed it. It was one of those moments that reminds you how little we actually understand about the world around us, how there can be things moving just beyond the edge of what we can see or touch, and how sometimes the only proof of their existence is the feeling they leave behind in the quiet. And in the end, that's all it was, a fleeting, silent passing through the woods, something larger than life, but utterly indifferent to us. It didn't want anything from us. We were just four people walking on a path, crossing its path by chance, and for a moment, our worlds brushed together before moving on. I still walk those woods sometimes, alone now. I look for that feeling again, but it never comes back. Maybe it was never meant to. Maybe it was just a glimpse of something beyond, a reminder that the world is bigger than we can ever imagine, and sometimes it moves in ways we can barely feel. That summer in Upper Michigan felt like it was going to be like every other camp trip I had been on before. Nothing special, just a few days in the woods with my cabin group, some campfire songs, cooking over a fire, and sleeping in a tent. We were at this place called Sherwood Forest, not the famous one from England, just some deep, thick forest miles away from any town or road. The kind of place where your phone loses signal as soon as you get out of the parking lot. We had arrived in the early afternoon, the sun still warm but starting to dip lower in the sky. Our group set up the tents quickly, knowing we'd need to get a fire going for dinner soon. The forest was dense, with tall pines and firs everywhere, blocking most of the sunlight. The ground was soft with a thick carpet of pine needles, and the air smelled like wet earth and pine resin. The river was maybe 100 yards from our camp, winding quietly through the trees, the water clear and cold. Dinner was the usual, foil packets of potatoes and chicken cooked over the fire, with some bread and instant coffee. After eating, we took our dishes down to the river to wash them out. It was still light but fading fast, a dull orange glow pressing through the trees. That's when I first noticed the light. Across the river, a soft yellow glow flickered, almost like a lantern. I squinted, trying to see who could be holding it, but all I could make out was a hand holding the lamp, moving slowly back and forth. There was no figure I could see, no body, no shadow, just the hand holding the lamp in the dark. I mentioned it to my friends, but they shrugged it off, thinking it was probably another camper, or someone fishing maybe, who hadn't noticed us. We finished washing the dishes and walked back up to camp, the trees now dark shapes around us. There was no other sign of life. No voices, no other lights. Back at camp, we crawled into our tents, the soft hum of crickets filling the air. I lay on my sleeping pad, the damp smell of canvas mixing with the sharp scent of pine. The forest felt alive but quiet in that way a forest does at night, like it was watching but waiting. I was almost asleep when my friend shook me awake. He looked pale and wide-eyed, like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. Without speaking, he pointed toward the edge of the tent. I strained to listen. At first, there was nothing but silence. Then, faintly at first, a rhythmic sound. It was a slow, steady drumming, like someone beating on a tree or a rock far off in the woods. It wasn't regular like a song, more like a deep, constant thump, 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 echoing softly through the trees. It wasn't loud, but it carried in the still night air, growing clearer with every passing second. Everyone in our tent was silent, frozen in fear. We could hear it too, the other tents nearby tense and quiet. Outside, the forest was still dark and quiet except for the drumming. The sound felt too close, like someone was moving slowly through the trees, moving deeper into the forest, but always just out of sight. The drumming lasted exactly 15 minutes. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat somehow syncing with the distant thump. Then it stopped suddenly, leaving a heavy silence. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. A new sound began, a strangled, choking noise, soft at first, then growing louder. It wasn't words or talking. It was gasping and struggling, like someone was fighting for air or drowning. The noise seemed to come from all around us, mixed in the dark shadows of the trees. We couldn't see anything moving, but the choking noise was getting closer, louder, sharper. It lasted for maybe 2 minutes, growing in intensity, making my skin crawl. Then it stopped just as suddenly as the drumming had. Then, a piercing screech shattered the night. It was so loud it hurt my ears, a long, high-pitched scream that echoed through the forest and seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a sound I'd never heard before, like the scream of an animal caught in terror or pain, but no animal I knew could make a sound like that. The counselors didn't say a word, but immediately told us to pack up and get ready to leave. We were loaded into the vans and drove out of the forest in silence, the strange noises still ringing in my ears. No one explained what we heard or why we left so suddenly. I asked around after, but no one had any answers, just silence or nervous looks. Back home, the memory stayed with me. I tried to tell myself it was probably hunters or some strange animal sounds, but the pattern of the drumming, the choking noises, and the scream didn't fit anything normal. It felt like something out there was in pain, scared, and watching us. Even now, when I think back to that night in Sherwood Forest, I can still hear that distant drum, the desperate choking, and the scream echoing in the dark. It's something I'll never forget, and something I hope never happens again. The sky that evening was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was one of those rare moments where everything around you feels charged with a kind of quiet tension. Something's off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. My parents' garden, usually a peaceful place filled with the sounds of birds and distant cars, felt different that night. It was just me, my sister, my partner, and my parents standing outside under umbrellas, all of us drawn out by this strange weather. The clouds were the first thing that caught our attention. They weren't the fluffy, lazy clouds you expect on a normal day. These were black, heavy, and rolling in a way that looked almost unnatural. They moved fast, much faster than any storm cloud I'd ever seen before, tumbling over one another like waves crashing on a shore. The sky wasn't just cloudy. It was alive with motion, a wall of darkness stretching across the horizon just beyond the distant trees at the edge of the garden. We stood still, just watching. The clouds were a deep, inky black, and their shapes twisted and folded in on themselves with a speed and fury that made the whole scene feel unreal. I could almost feel the pressure in the air changing, like the atmosphere was holding its breath. The wind was still for a moment, but the air around us was heavy, thick with the promise of what was coming. Suddenly, it started to rain, but it wasn't the kind of rain that soaks you through in seconds. It was just a light pitter-patter, gentle drops falling from the sky as if testing the ground before the storm arrived. It lasted only a moment, just enough to dampen the leaves and make the grass glisten in the dim light. Then the rain stopped, as suddenly as it had started, and the wind began to rise. The wind came in waves, blowing leaves from the trees and whipping branches back and forth with an urgency that made us all hold tightly to our umbrellas. The sky continued to roil above us, the black clouds now almost swallowing the horizon, stretching wider and wider until they seemed to cover everything in sight. The sound of the wind was sharp and biting, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked earth and fresh leaves. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the rush of wind dropped away. We looked up and realized something strange, like something out of a weather report or a nature documentary. The clouds weren't just moving over us, they had formed a huge circular pattern in the sky, like a donut or a ring, and we were standing right in the middle of the whole. Above us, the sky was completely clear, blue, calm, and untouched by the storm surrounding us. The silence was almost deafening. It felt like time had paused. The wind had stopped entirely. The trees that had been bending and thrashing a moment before stood perfectly still now. Leaves drifted gently down like snowflakes, their descent slow and deliberate. It was as if the world had gone quiet just to let us take in this surreal moment. The air was cool but calm. The pressure we had felt earlier seemed to lift slightly, leaving behind an eerie calmness that felt both peaceful and unsettling. I could see my breath in the cool air, steady and calm. The birds had stopped singing. Even the usual distant hum of cars and life felt muted. It was like we had been cut off from the rest of the world. For about 5 minutes, we stood there, frozen in place, watching the calm center of the storm. It was mesmerizing. The black clouds circled us, moving slowly around the edges, while above us the stars started to come out faintly in the darkening sky. The contrast between the bright, clear patch directly above and the dark, churning storm ring surrounding us was stunning. Then, the other side of the storm arrived. The wind picked up again, this time sharper, colder, and faster than before. Leaves and small branches whipped past us. The clouds above shifted and darkened again, moving in fast from the opposite direction. The peaceful calm vanished instantly, replaced by the urgent rush of the storm's return. It was a reminder that we were just a small part of something much bigger, something powerful and uncontrollable. We retreated slowly back into the house, leaving the umbrellas behind as the rain began again, heavier this time, drumming against the windows. Inside, the warmth and safety felt even more precious after standing in the eye of that storm, that strange, silent moment between two forces of nature. In the days that followed, I kept thinking about that night, about how something so calm and peaceful could exist right in the middle of chaos, how the world could feel so still while everything around it roared and moved. I looked up at storms differently after that, wondering about the quiet spaces hidden in the heart of wild things. Even though the storm passed and life went back to normal, that moment stayed with me, a reminder of the strange beauty and power of nature, and how sometimes the most frightening experiences can be the ones that take your breath away with quiet wonder instead of fear. When I was a kid, my grandpa owned a large piece of forest land that had been in the family for decades, probably close to 70 years by then. It wasn't just any piece of land. It was thick woods with tall oaks, pines, and underbrush so thick in places that you could easily get lost if you wandered too far. Grandpa kept horses there, and sometimes he would take them out to graze or just let them roam around the fenced-in areas. The land was kind of wild, but also familiar to me and my siblings because we spent a lot of time there playing and exploring. One summer day, my sister and I went out into the woods to play. We didn't have any special plans, just wanted to wander around and see what we could find. It was late afternoon, the sun hanging low enough to cast long shadows, but still warm enough to keep the bugs buzzing around. The forest floor was soft with fallen leaves and pine needles, and there was a faint smell of damp earth mixed with the scent of wildflowers and grass. We followed a narrow path near one of the old fences where Grandpa kept the horses. The horses were out grazing nearby, occasionally flicking their tails and snorting, but they weren't paying any attention to us. We kept walking deeper into the trees, pushing aside branches and stepping over roots. After a while, something caught our eye, a small pile of clothes lying near a fallen tree. It looked like someone had left them there. My sister and I exchanged a quick look, a little curious, but not exactly alarmed. The clothes were definitely women's clothes, some kind of old blouse and a skirt. What was weird was that they were way too small to belong to either my grandma or my mom. The blouse was thin and faded, and the skirt had little floral patterns that seemed out of place in the middle of the woods. We picked them up briefly, but neither of us really cared enough to think much about it. Kids don't always question things like that. They just notice, then move on. So we dropped the clothes back down and kept walking, more interested in looking for bugs or funny-shaped rocks. As we wandered farther, we came to a small clearing that looked different from the rest of the forest. The ground was disturbed, like someone had dug there recently and then covered it back up. The soil was loose and darker than the rest of the earth around it, and there were small patches where grass hadn't grown back yet. Of course, being kids, the first thing we thought of was treasure. We joked about how maybe someone had buried something valuable there, like pirate gold or old coins. That's the kind of thing that seemed possible in stories, so it stuck in our heads. Without really thinking about it, we started digging. At first, it was just with our hands, pulling up dirt and tossing it aside. Then we found a small stick and started using it to poke into the ground. It felt strange, like the earth was hiding something. We dug down about a foot before hitting something hard. It wasn't like a rock or a tree root, but solid and flat. My sister scraped dirt away with her fingers, and it looked like a slab of cement. We kept digging around the edges of the slab and found it stretched out wider than we expected. It was about 4 or 5 feet wide and at least 7 or 8 feet long. The slab was smooth on top and seemed to be part of something bigger underneath the dirt. At that point, we realized this wasn't just some random buried treasure. It was something else. We called our brother over, who was older and stronger, and he brought a shovel. Together, the three of us dug around the slab, trying to see what it was. The more we dug, the more questions we had. Why would there be a big slab of cement buried out here in the middle of the forest? And what was under it? The slab was too wide to be part of a sidewalk or driveway, and there were no buildings nearby, no signs of construction or anything. We were getting dirt all over ourselves, our clothes torn from the branches we pushed through to get here. Our hands were scratched and muddy, but we were too curious to stop. Eventually, we gave up on digging deeper, at least for the moment. The slab was too heavy and too deep for us to move, and we didn't have the tools or the strength to break it up. So we decided to tell Grandpa. When we found him, he was fixing a fence post near the horses, hammer in one hand, sweat on his forehead. We told him about the clothes and the slab, and he looked at us quietly for a moment. He said, "Huh," then went back to his work without much more. Later that afternoon, Grandpa called us all together, me, my sister, and our brother, and we sat on the back porch with him while the sun started to set. He looked serious, his eyes dark and steady. He told us, without any fuss, don't go looking for trouble where you don't need to, and don't go telling others about stuff they don't need to know. We didn't ask why. We didn't want to push him. There was something in his tone that made it clear this was not a game or a mystery for kids to solve. After that, we stayed away from the clearing and didn't talk about the slab or the clothes again. But the memory stayed with me, nagging like a shadow in the back of my mind. Years later, I asked my dad about it, trying to see if he knew anything. He said Grandpa never talked much about what was under that slab, but the family rumor was that long ago, before Grandpa even owned the land, someone had hidden something there. No one knew exactly what or why, but it wasn't anything legal or good. That made sense to me. The forest was quiet, but it held its secrets tightly. Whatever had been buried there was probably better left alone. When I think back on that summer day, I remember the feeling of unease that crept up the longer we dug. There was something wrong about uncovering what was meant to stay buried. And even though we were just kids, we felt it. Grandpa was right. Some things are better not disturbed. Some things are meant to be left alone, locked away beneath the soil and out of sight. I never went back to that spot again, and when I visit the land now, I steer clear of that clearing. It's a quiet reminder that some mysteries aren't for solving, and some secrets have a price. Back in college, during one of the winter holiday breaks, I took a job that gave me a little extra money, working as one of the resident assistants who stayed behind while most of the campus emptied out. It was just me and a handful of others keeping watch over the dorms and facilities at the college in Putney, Vermont. The campus was tiny during those weeks, barely more than a ghost town, especially after most of the students went home for the holidays. There were fewer than 20 students left on campus, mostly international kids, or those with no place else to go. The rest of us RAs rotated shifts to keep things running and safe. The college itself was perched just a few miles away from the Yankee nuclear power plant. You could see it from the dorm windows on clear days, this massive gray concrete structure with tall cooling towers billowing steam into the cold Vermont sky. It was always a little unnerving to be so close to a place like that. There was something about its presence, looming so near, that made the whole area feel quieter, heavier, like the air carried some unspoken tension. Most of the campus was shut down for the break. The library was closed, the gym was closed, even the common lounges were locked up tight. One of the only places still open during those nights was the campus cafe. It was a little building down the hill from the dorms, near the center of the campus quad. The hill was steep, and on a clear night, you could look down from the dorm windows and see the dim glow of the cafe's lights far below. One night, a couple weeks into the break, my friend, another RA, asked if I wanted to come with him to the cafe for a hot drink. I was tired from the shift, but welcomed the break. The dorms felt colder than usual, and the warmth of a cup of coffee or tea sounded good. We grabbed our jackets and headed out together. It was late, well past midnight, and the campus was almost silent. The air was thick with cold. When we stepped outside, I noticed the faint crunch of snow beneath our boots, the way it muffled other sounds and made everything seem distant, as if the world had been wrapped in cotton. The sky was heavy with thick clouds, blocking any stars or moonlight. The dark, heavy clouds pressed down on the landscape like a low ceiling. We walked down the hill toward the cafe, the path slick with ice in places. The buildings around us looked sharp against the dark sky, windows blacked out and empty. We didn't say much. The cold made us keep our heads down, focused on the footing and the goal of the warm cafe waiting below. Then, as we neared the bottom of the hill, I heard it. The sound was like something out of a movie, an enormous mechanical hum that started deep in my chest and vibrated through the ground beneath my feet. It was low, steady, but it began to wind down like a giant machine powering off. I stopped mid-step and turned my head, trying to locate where it was coming from. The hum filled the valley, deep and steady at first, then fading slowly. My breath fogged in front of me as I listened. Then, almost immediately after the sound died away, the entire campus went dark. Not just the cafe or the dorms. Every single light in every building flickered out, plunging everything into absolute blackness. The kind of darkness that swallows you whole, where you can't even see your own hands in front of your face. I instinctively reached for my radio, fumbling with the buttons to call in, but the sudden silence was disorienting. I felt my heart jump in my chest, the cold air suddenly sharper against my skin. Then, without warning, the sky lit up. It wasn't the usual kind of light like lightning. This was something different, bright green neon, an unnatural glow that burst through the cloud cover and lit up the sky like someone had hit a giant floodlight from behind the hills. The light spread across the clouds, rushing overhead in a wave of green fire, as if the sky itself were on fire. It started far off on the horizon and swept over us, racing across the dark clouds with a strange, almost liquid motion. The green glow faded as quickly as it came, swallowed by the darkness, and then the wind hit. It was the most powerful gust of wind I've ever felt, blowing down the hill with a roar that sounded like the storm was breaking loose. The wind was so strong it almost knocked me over. I dropped to the wet grass to steady myself, the icy blades biting through my jacket. The silence returned immediately after the wind died down, but the lights stayed off. The entire campus was still blanketed in darkness. I stayed low on the grass, heart pounding, waiting for the lights to flicker back on. About 40 seconds later, maybe a minute, the lights blinked back on, building by building, like some giant circuit had reset itself. The cafe's warm yellow glow came back first, followed by the dorm windows. The street lamps along the quad flickered on, lighting up the campus again. My friend was quiet beside me. I could hear him breathing, quick and shallow. The night air was still cold, but the wind had died completely. The green glow was gone from the sky. The clouds still hung heavy, but now they were just dark, nothing more. We both just sat there for a moment, trying to catch our breath, trying to process what had just happened. The hum, the blackout, the eerie green light, the burst of wind. It felt like something out of a nightmare or a science fiction movie. When we finally stood and made our way to the cafe, the warmth inside felt like a lifeline. The hum of the espresso machine, the soft chatter of the few students inside. It was normal, familiar, almost like the weird moment outside had never happened. But it did happen. We never forgot it. Back at the dorm, we both sat on the floor near the heaters, talking quietly about it, though no one else seemed to believe us. We thought maybe the power plant had some sort of emergency shutdown or malfunction, but the campus never got any official word. The blackout lasted only about a minute, but the feeling of that night stuck with me. It was a reminder that despite how safe the campus seemed, how normal our lives were, something unpredictable and powerful was so close. Years later, whenever the subject came up in conversations with other RAs who stayed over holiday breaks, someone always mentioned it again. A shared memory that was strange and unexplained. Did we imagine it? Were we too tired, too cold, or just caught up in some weird dream? We didn't know. But I know what I saw. That green light over Putney, the sudden silence, the terrifying darkness, the wind that could have knocked me over. That night, the nuclear plant wasn't just a distant presence looming on the horizon. It felt alive, dangerous, and very real. When I was about 10 years old, my family loved camping. We didn't always go far away or to fancy campsites. A lot of the time, we just camped in our own backyard. I guess that made it feel safe, and we got used to all the little sounds of the night in our neighborhood. The crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, or the distant bark of a dog. Those nights were special. We'd build a fire pit, roast marshmallows, tell stories, and fall asleep in our tents with the soft hum of the night around us. It felt like a little adventure, right at home. One summer, my family and I went to visit my cousin's house. Her backyard was big, much bigger than ours, and it backed up right to a dense forest. The trees were tall and close together, and I could see shadows moving between them even during the day. It felt a little wild and a lot mysterious, but also exciting. That night, we decided to camp in her backyard, just like we did at our house. We picked a spot right at the edge of the forest, close enough to feel like we were really camping in the woods, but still close to the house if we needed anything. We pitched our tent carefully, making sure the stakes were deep in the ground and the rain fly was tight. The air was warm but had that fresh, earthy smell that only comes when trees and dirt mix in the night. There were crickets chirping constantly, and in the distance, I could hear the faint buzz of a bug zapper near the porch light. My sister and I settled into our sleeping bags side by side, the soft fabric brushing against my skin as I pulled the zipper up around me. I felt safe and happy at first, tired from a day of running around and exploring. It wasn't long before I fell asleep. The night was quiet, save for the usual nighttime noises, crickets, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, the distant bark of a dog. I was dreaming about the hike we'd done earlier that day, imagining the soft dirt trail winding through the forest and the cool shade from the trees. Suddenly, I woke up. Something had caught my attention. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to stir me from sleep. The first thing I noticed was the sharp zap and crackle of the bug zapper going off somewhere nearby. I recognized the sound immediately. It was that electric pop when a bug touches the wire grid. It was a familiar sound, but in the quiet of the night, it felt a little louder than usual. I tried to settle back down, telling myself it was nothing. But then I heard another noise, faint at first, like a twig snapping. I opened my eyes fully and sat up in the sleeping bag, the thin nylon of the tent brushing against my arms. The tent walls glowed faintly from the moonlight, casting shadows of the trees outside. My heart started to beat a little faster, not too fast, but enough to tell me I was alert. The snapping sounds kept coming, small but steady, like someone or something was walking through dry branches and twigs just outside the tent. I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe a squirrel. Animals lived in the forest, of course, and it wasn't unusual to hear them at night. But the sounds were close, too close, and that made me nervous. My fingers gripped the sleeping bag tighter. Then something worse happened. I heard a low, deep growl, like a breath being let out slowly and heavily, coming right from the edge of the tent. It was different from any animal sound I'd ever heard before. It wasn't a small noise. It was heavy and guttural, like something large and wild was just outside, watching us. My brain immediately jumped to the worst possible thing, a bear. I'd learned about bears in school, and how dangerous they could be if they got too close to people. My stomach twisted, and a cold rush of adrenaline hit me. I felt trapped, scared, and wide awake all at once. My chest tightened, and I started to breathe faster. My hands shook a little as I tried to think. I wanted to scream, to wake my family, but I was frozen. My mind raced through everything I'd been told about camping safety. Don't run, don't make loud noises, stay calm. But it was hard to stay calm when the growl came again, louder this time, and the sound of twigs snapping was right outside. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, trying to steady my breath. I reminded myself it was probably not a bear. Maybe it was just my imagination, or some other animal making a strange noise. I thought about the stories my dad told me about raccoons and foxes making weird sounds at night. I told myself it was okay, that nothing was going to happen. Then suddenly the growling noise changed. It became a different kind of sound, a deep, rhythmic snore. I blinked, confused at first. The noise was coming from very close, but now it didn't sound threatening at all. It was slow and steady, like someone breathing deeply while asleep. I opened my eyes and looked toward my sister's side of the tent. She was still curled up, completely asleep, and the snoring was definitely hers. Relief washed over me like a wave. The growling wasn't a growl at all. It was just her loud snoring mixing with the sounds outside. My heart slowed down, and my breathing returned to normal. I smiled quietly to myself and let out a deep sigh. All the fear and tension disappeared. It was the biggest relief I'd ever felt in my life, realizing it wasn't a bear or some scary creature out there, just my sister sleeping soundly beside me. I settled back into my sleeping bag and closed my eyes again, feeling warm and safe despite the forest just beyond the tent. The bug zapper kept zapping bugs outside. The branches cracked occasionally from small animals moving through the trees, and my sister's steady snoring became the background music to the rest of the night. I drifted back to sleep peacefully, knowing that even when things seem scary, sometimes they're just ordinary and harmless, waiting to be understood. The forest was still there, dark and full of unknowns, but inside the tent, with my family nearby, I felt safe and calm. That night taught me that fear can trick you, but it's okay to be scared as long as you find your way back to calm. And sometimes, the scariest noises are just someone sleeping next to you. My brother and I had been talking about this for weeks, exploring Olavsvern, the old abandoned military base, hidden inside a mountain just outside Tromsø in northern Norway. It's massive, something like 25,000 square meters carved deep into the rock, with tunnel after tunnel twisting through the mountain like a giant underground maze. I'd seen pictures online before, but nothing prepares you for the real thing. The place has this cold, heavy silence that settles in your bones as soon as you step inside. We planned to go on a Saturday morning, hoping the weather would hold. When we arrived, the gates were barely shut, just some rusty metal bars with a chain that looked more like a suggestion than a real lock. No guards, no cameras that we could see. It was obvious the place was forgotten by most. We slipped through the gate easily, feeling this rush of excitement mixed with a weird, nervous energy. The air inside smelled damp, a mix of wet concrete and something metallic, like old machinery left to rot. The tunnel entrance was huge, wide enough to fit a small truck, and just beyond it, the darkness swallowed everything. We pulled out our flashlights, but as soon as we stepped in and walked past a sensor on the wall, the lights flicked on automatically, like in the movies. Bright fluorescent tubes buzzed to life overhead, casting sharp shadows on the concrete walls. That was the first thing that caught me off guard. The whole base was still wired for power, even if most of it looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. We started walking, the echo of our footsteps bouncing down the long corridor. The tunnels were endless. It felt like every step took us deeper into the mountain's belly. The air grew cooler and thicker as we moved forward, and the silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the hum of the old lights and the occasional drip of water somewhere far away. After maybe 500 meters, we reached a small side pocket on the left. It was like a little room off the main tunnel, and there, parked against the wall, was an old, rusty bicycle. The paint was chipped, the tires flat, but it looked like someone had just left it there recently. On the wall above it, spray-painted in faded white letters, was a sign that said speed limit 30. It was weird to see something so casual in such a serious place. Without really thinking, my brother grabbed the bike and started riding down the tunnel. The tunnel was smooth enough that it was easy to pedal, and the feeling of moving faster through the dark was a rush. The lights kept turning on just ahead of us as we moved, like the place was alive in some strange way. We laughed quietly, feeling like kids sneaking around a secret clubhouse. After a while, we decided to leave the bike and continue on foot. We pushed it into a corner and began to explore the tunnels that spread out in every direction. The walls were stained in places with rust and moisture and old signs, some in Norwegian, some in English, warned of hazards or pointed to different sections like control room or ammo storage. Every so often, we'd spot discarded tools or scraps of paper, remnants of a past that felt frozen in time. Eventually, we came to a fork, a Y-shaped junction where we had to decide whether to go straight or turn left. We picked the left path, feeling the walls close in a little more as the tunnel narrowed and the lights flickered uncertainly. The air smelled colder here, and I could feel my heart beating faster. The silence pressed down again, and every little sound, our footsteps breathing, even the creak of the bike's old chain somewhere behind us, seemed amplified. After some time exploring the tunnels branching off from the Y, we decided to head back to the main corridor. I felt a little thrill of relief at the thought of leaving. The excitement was mixing now with something heavier, a creeping sense that we didn't belong there, like we were trespassing somewhere better left alone. But when we got back to where we had left the bike, it was gone. We searched the area, shining our flashlights in every direction, but it wasn't there. Not where we'd put it, not even nearby. The feeling that settled over me then was pure panic. How could the bike just disappear? We were deep inside a restricted area, a place hidden inside a mountain, and suddenly our only way out felt uncertain. My brother's face mirrored my own fear. We didn't say a word, just grabbed our flashlights and started running back the way we came. The tunnel curved ahead of us, so we couldn't see very far. Every second stretched out like a minute. I kept thinking, what if an alarm goes off? What if someone's waiting for us just around the bend? Our footsteps echoed wildly, and my chest felt tight, lungs burning as we pushed ourselves harder. We didn't stop until the gate came into view. The sunlight pouring in was like a promise of safety, even though the cold mountain air hit us like a slap. We slipped back through the gate without looking back, hearts pounding in our ears. Even now, when I watch the pictures and videos we took, I feel that same chill. The place is massive, full of secrets, and it's clear we barely scratched the surface. We still don't know what happened to that bike. For all we know, someone else could have been inside, watching us the whole time. We're planning to go back soon. This time, I'll be ready. That hike still sticks with me. I remember it so clearly, like I can feel the damp, cold air and the heavy silence of the forest every time I think about it. It was probably about 3 years ago, on one of those late summer evenings when the sun seems to disappear suddenly, leaving you with that odd in-between twilight where everything looks both clear and shadowy at the same time. The kind of light that makes the forest feel like a different world, quieter, slower, but somehow heavier. My friend and I had been out hiking most of the afternoon. The park where we were is this huge state park not far from town, full of dense woods and a maze of trails. We had picked a route that was supposed to be a loop, but as the day went on, it became obvious we were behind schedule. We started realizing the sun was getting low in the sky, and we needed to turn back to avoid being caught out there in the dark. The forest was thick in this part of the park, massive oak and maple trees that stretched so high their branches locked together, blocking out most of the light even during the day. The ground was soft and covered with leaves, moss, and twigs, and the air smelled like wet earth and pine needles. We were quiet for a while, walking side by side down the trail back to the parking lot. The path was narrow and winding, with thick bushes and undergrowth pressing in close on both sides. I was tired, my legs sore from the long walk, and I remember feeling this weird mix of relief to be heading back, but also an unsettling tension in the air. Something about the way the forest felt at that moment was different. Maybe it was the dark settling in or just the isolation, but it was hard to shake that feeling that we weren't quite alone. That's when I noticed it, a patch of torn-up vegetation right next to the trail. The leaves and plants were ripped apart, crushed, and scattered like something big had been moving through there recently. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer bed or some animal's den. It wasn't unusual to find deer tracks or signs of wildlife in the park, but this looked more deliberate, more rough and destructive than anything we'd seen before. I pointed it out to my friend, and we both slowed down to get a better look. The torn plants led to a narrow path that veered off the main trail, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. There wasn't a sign or anything marking it, just this small trail worn into the undergrowth. Against my better judgment, curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to follow it. The air grew colder as we stepped off the trail. The light was fading fast now, and the thick canopy above blocked what little daylight was left. The path was rough, lined with roots and broken branches, and it felt like we were pushing deeper into a part of the forest few people ever saw. The silence was intense, no birds chirping, no rustling in the bushes, just the sound of our footsteps and breathing. After walking maybe 50 yards, the path opened up into a clearing. The ground was covered in dead leaves and dirt, and the trees around it were huge old oaks, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches twisting overhead like claws. The clearing was circular, maybe 20 feet across, and at its center was something that stopped me cold. There was a large deer skull sitting right in the middle of the clearing. It was old, bleached white, but still showing some bits of dried flesh hanging from the edges. Around the skull was a big star shape drawn in the dirt. The lines were deep and carefully made, like someone had taken time to mark it out precisely. At each point of the star, there were small piles of rocks and empty shells. The whole thing looked like some kind of ritual site or offering spot, but what made it worse was the way it made the air feel. Heavy and oppressive, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I looked at my friend, trying to find any hint of what he was thinking, but he was just staring at the skull with a strange intensity. I remember feeling my heart start to race. The sun had almost completely set, and the forest around us was growing darker by the second. We should have left right then, but something about the scene made it hard to move. Then, out of nowhere, my friend reached down and picked up the skull. I froze. He held it in his hands like it was some kind of trophy. I wanted to tell him to put it back, to just forget it, but no words came out. The forest seemed to close in around us even more. We didn't linger after that. We took off running, the the skull in his hands, sprinting back the way we came, dodging roots and branches, barely noticing the sweat stinging my eyes or the burning in my legs. The forest was a blur. The narrow path back to the main trail felt like it stretched on forever, but eventually, we burst out into the fading light and saw the parking lot just ahead. Back at the car, my friend set the skull on the passenger seat. We didn't say much on the drive home. The silence was thick with that shared unease neither of us wanted to break. When we got to my place, we left the skull on the doorstep. Neither of us wanted to bring it inside. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about that clearing and the strange setup we found. I kept imagining what it meant and who could have made it. The thought that someone might have done something sinister there gnawed at me. But as days turned to weeks, the memory faded, and life went back to normal. The skull sat outside my door, a strange and quiet reminder of that night. People joked that it was just a weird lawn ornament, that no harm could come from it. And honestly, I hoped they were right. No one in my family ever acted strange or got sick. Nothing weird ever happened in the house. It was just a skull on the doorstep, an odd souvenir from a hike. Looking back, I think what haunted me most wasn't some ghost or curse, but that moment in the forest when everything felt so raw and real. The silence, the dark, the weight of the unknown. I realized then that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or spirits, but the quiet, unsettling truths hidden deep in places no one wants to go. The cold air hit me the moment I unzipped the tent flap. It was just before dawn, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes you shiver despite your best layers. I rubbed my hands together, trying to warm up as I crawled out onto the damp ground. The tent felt cramped and still from where my friend was sleeping, completely unaware of the world waking outside. I tried not to disturb him. He was out cold as usual after a long day of hiking and setting up camp. The campsite was quiet except for the faint rustling of leaves and the soft buzz of early morning insects. We had picked this spot because it was remote, away from the usual trails and any chance of other campers wandering in. It was deep northern California, dense with pine trees that towered overhead like silent guards. The ground was covered in a thick layer of needles and moss, soft underfoot. A few scattered rocks were dotted around, and to one side was a small pond, no more than maybe 20 yards across. The water was still and clear, reflecting the early light in a way that made it look like glass. I stepped lightly, careful not to make much noise, heading toward the pond. The grass was slick with dew, and the chill made my breath come out in short, sharp puffs. The sun was just starting to peek over the tree line, painting the sky in pale pinks and purples, promising a clear day ahead. I looked down at the water and felt a strange calm settle over me. The whole scene looked like one of those paintings you see in a gallery, soft, peaceful, untouched by the chaos of everyday life. The colors were muted but perfect, and the way the light hit the trees and water reminded me of those peaceful Thomas Kincaid paintings, the ones with the little cottages and quiet streams. But out here, it was just us and nature, no humans, no distractions. I squatted down near the edge, aiming for a peace spot behind a small cluster of bushes, careful not to get too close to the water. Afterward, I pulled out the small camping stove we had brought and started boiling some water for coffee. The cold made my fingers clumsy, but I liked the ritual. The hiss of the stove, the smell of the coffee grounds, the steam rising in the crisp morning air. I was alone with my thoughts, no one else around but the trees, the water, and the occasional bird waking up somewhere in the distance. That's when everything changed. One moment, I was standing there, coffee in hand, taking in the beauty around me. Then suddenly, all the usual morning sounds vanished. No birds chirping, no rustling leaves, not even the distant buzz of insects. It was like someone had pressed pause on the entire forest. The silence was so thick I could almost hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I turned slowly, looking around to see if I had missed something. Maybe an animal had gone quiet, or something was blocking the usual morning breeze. But there was nothing. The air was still, the trees motionless. The usual morning haze that sometimes drifts through the forest was gone. Instead, something else was happening. From the right side, above the treetops, a thin fog began to creep down. It wasn't the kind of fog that rolls in like a heavy blanket or a thick cloud that swallows everything whole. No, this was different. It was delicate, like someone had blown a soft breath of smoke over the pond, and the mist just settled on the surface of the water, spreading gently but deliberately. It moved slowly, curling and twisting, filling in the gaps over the pond, but it didn't spread beyond the water. The trees stayed clear, the ground dry. It was beautiful but eerie. The fog had an almost unnatural quality to it, like it didn't belong. I stood frozen, watching as the mist laid itself across the pond, the sunlight catching it in places and making it glow faintly. The stillness remained. The silence stayed. I waited, expecting the fog to grow, to rise up and cover the entire clearing. That's what usually happens when fog rolls in. It thickens and expands, wrapping everything in a ghostly white. But this didn't happen. The fog just stayed there, limited to the water's edge, as if it was being held back by some invisible barrier. For what felt like a long time, I just stared. My coffee cooled beside me, forgotten. The quiet pressed in on me from all sides. I thought about waking my friend, but there was something about this moment that felt private, like nature was showing me something I wasn't meant to share. I wanted to speak, to say something, but the words got caught in my throat. After a while, the sun climbed a bit higher, and the fog slowly started to dissolve, retreating back into the air until it was gone completely, leaving the pond clear and still again, as if nothing had happened. The sounds of the forest came back, birds singing, leaves rustling, insects buzzing. The ordinary world returned. I looked around again, half expecting to see something out of place, but everything was just as it had been. My friend was still asleep in the tent, breathing evenly. The camp looked untouched, peaceful. The pond glimmered in the light, nothing more than a pretty reflection. I brewed my coffee and sat quietly, thinking about what I had seen. The fog phenomenon didn't make sense, at least not to me. I've been camping a lot in my life, spent time in all kinds of weather and landscapes, and I'd never witnessed anything like that. No heavy fog banks, no creeping mists, just this thin, delicate veil that appeared and disappeared without a sound. It left me with an odd feeling. Not fear, exactly, but something close. Like a reminder that nature still holds secrets we don't fully understand. There's a wildness in the world that's impossible to control or predict, no matter how often we go looking for comfort in it. We packed up later that morning, leaving the quiet pond and the fading traces of the mysterious fog behind us. The hike back was uneventful, but I kept glancing back at the trees, half expecting to see the mist return. It never did. That experience stayed with me. I've told a few close friends about it over the years, but no one has ever had a similar story to match. It's just one of those strange, beautiful moments that happen out in the wild, when you're alone with the earth and the sky and the silence. And maybe that's what makes it scarier than any ghost story or fairy tale. Not knowing why it happened, not understanding it, but knowing deep down that the world is far bigger and stranger than you ever imagined. When I was about 15, my friends and I spent a lot of time just hanging around the small park in the village where we grew up. It wasn't a big place, just a simple patch of grass with a few trees scattered around, a worn-out bench or two, and an old, cracked basketball hoop at one end. The village itself was quiet most days, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, and nothing much ever happened. On that particular day, the sun was out in full force. The sky was a clear, deep blue, not a single cloud to be seen, and the heat was gentle, the kind that makes your skin feel warm, but not sweaty. It was the kind of day that seemed perfect for just being outside, kicking a football around with your mates, and not having a care in the world. We had the ball moving between us easily, passing it back and forth, laughing when someone missed a catch, or when the ball rolled off into the bushes at the side of the park. We weren't very serious players. It was all for fun, but we knew the basics, and the game gave us something to focus on besides school or other usual stuff. The sun reflected off the grass, which was patchy in places, the dirt showing through where people had walked too much or the grass had died back. It was peaceful, quiet, apart from the sound of the ball hitting the ground and the occasional bird call from the trees. Then, suddenly, something strange happened. It wasn't like the sun disappeared or clouds rolled in, nothing obvious like that, but the colors around us shifted. The bright green of the grass didn't look bright anymore. It turned soft and washed out, like pastel chalk. The blue sky was still there, but it seemed faded, dull, like someone had taken a filter over the whole world. The trees' leaves were no longer deep green, but a pale, almost grayish tint. It felt like looking through a foggy window, but the air was clear, and the sun was still shining. I wasn't the only one who noticed it. My friends stopped moving the ball, and looked around too. We all caught the same strange change. We exchanged glances, silent but aware that something was off. The usual vibrancy of the day was gone. It felt like the world had lost some of its life. We sat down on the grass, feeling the cool blades beneath us, but it didn't feel the same anymore. It was almost as if the park itself had been drained of energy. The familiar sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant hum of a car passing on the road beyond the village, were still there but seemed distant, muffled. That's when the feeling hit us. I can't describe it any other way except to say it was like an overwhelming weight pressing down on my chest. A sense of impending doom, like something terrible was just about to happen, though we couldn't say what or why. It wasn't a sudden shock or panic, but a slow, creeping dread that settled into the pit of my stomach. I looked at my friends' faces. They all looked the same, quiet, unsettled. No one spoke. We just sat there, the strange feeling hanging heavy between us. It was like time slowed down, and the normal energy of youth, the carefree vibe we always had, was sucked out of the air. We started thinking about the past, about the old days, though we were all still pretty young. It was a weird thought, like we had lived a lifetime already, like there were things left unsaid or undone that we suddenly felt the weight of. I remember thinking about small regrets, things I wish I'd done differently, or moments I'd missed with family or friends. It was the kind of reflection that usually comes much later in life, not at 15. The park, the village, everything around us felt suspended in that strange moment. The sunlight still shone, but it was like it was filtered through a layer of quiet fear. I wanted to shake it off, to stand up and say it was just a weird feeling, nothing real. But it wasn't that easy. It felt very real, very heavy. Eventually, the silence between us was broken, not by words, but by movement. We slowly stood up, each of us moving stiffly, as if the air itself weighed us down. Without talking, we all started walking in the same direction, the same way we'd come from the village, heading home. The walk back was slow. The usual chatter and jokes were gone. The football was left behind in the park, forgotten on the grass. As we moved, the colors began to return, though very gradually. The grass started to look greener, the sky a deeper blue, but even then, everything felt muted, as if we were waking up from a bad dream and weren't quite sure what was real anymore. When I got home, the feeling lingered for a while. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that it was just my imagination or maybe some kind of weird optical illusion. But the truth is, that strange pastel world and the sense of doom stayed with me longer than I'd like to admit. For days afterward, everything seemed a little off. The light, the colors, even the way people moved and talked. Looking back now, years later, I realized that moment changed something inside me, though I didn't know it then. It was like a quiet warning, something you can't quite explain or put into words, but that stays with you, reminding you that even the most ordinary days can suddenly feel strange and fragile. Life can shift in an instant, and sometimes, without any clear reason, you catch a glimpse of that change, that underlying uncertainty waiting just beneath the surface. That day in the park was one of those times. It wasn't about ghosts or magic, or anything like that. It was just a very real, very human feeling, an awareness that time moves on, that nothing stays the same, and that sometimes you have to face the uncomfortable truth that things are different now, and maybe the world you knew isn't quite as solid as it seemed. After that, I started paying more attention to those quiet moments, the small changes, and the feelings that come without warning. I never forgot that day, and I don't think I ever will. It was a moment when the ordinary world showed me that beneath its surface, something fragile and unknown was always waiting, just out of sight. That night still sticks with me, not because anything super dramatic happened, but because of how weird and unsettling it all felt. It was just a normal winter night, but something about it has never left me. I was about 18 or 19, still living at home with my parents in a neighborhood where everyone was pretty close. Like, you could walk to your friends' houses without much trouble. We all knew each other and hung out a lot, especially in the winter when driving was a hassle. Snow and hills don't mix well when you don't have a decent car or just don't want to risk slipping and sliding all over the place. So, instead of driving, we just walked or skated to each other's places. This particular night had been cold, typical winter with a fresh layer of snow covering everything. The kind of snow that muffles sound and makes the world feel quieter than usual. It was around midnight, maybe a little later, and I had spent the evening at one of my friends' houses. We didn't do anything wild, just hung out, played video games, talked, and watched some random shows. Time passed, and eventually, I decided it was time to head home. The walk home wasn't long. I could have taken the long way by following the main road, which was lit by those usual street lamps spaced out along the sidewalk. But since it was freezing cold and snow was still falling lightly, I figured I'd take the shortcut instead. That meant cutting through the school parking lot and a patch of woods beside it. The school was empty, of course, and everything was quiet. Snow had blanketed the area, and I could see my own footprints behind me in the fresh powder. As I stepped into the parking lot, I noticed something strange. The street lights that usually line the road and the school parking area suddenly went out. One by one, all the bulbs just died, plunging the entire place into darkness. It wasn't like the street lights had a timer to shut off at midnight. These lights were supposed to stay on until dawn. So, this was unexpected. For a moment, I just stopped, standing still, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. It was pitch black except for the faint moonlight reflecting on the snow. I could barely make out the outlines of the parked cars and the edges of the buildings. My breath was visible, making small clouds in the cold air. Then came the sound. It was loud, but not like anything I'd heard before. It was this low, creaking noise that seemed to come from inside the school building behind me. I couldn't say exactly what it was, but it reminded me of an old, rusty door being pushed open slowly, but somehow way louder than any door should be. The sound echoed through the empty halls and bounced out into the parking lot, carrying this weird sense of weight with it. At first, I thought maybe it was just the wind pushing against some metal door or a window frame, but the wind was barely blowing that night. And the sound wasn't just a soft creak, it was deep and groaning, like the building itself was waking up or shifting. The kind of noise that feels like it could snap at any second. I started walking faster. The snow made every step a little harder, but I wasn't about to stand there and listen to whatever that was. I looked over my shoulder to see if I could catch any movement or light, but there was nothing, just the dark outline of the school building and the frozen silence around me. My heart was beating faster now, but not wildly, just enough to make me aware of how tense I felt. Normally, small creepy stuff like this wouldn't bother me much. I've always been pretty calm in these situations, but something about the total darkness combined with that strange sound triggered this sharp feeling in my gut. It was like my body was telling me to get out of there immediately. I started jogging, though running in snow is harder than it looks. My boots sank into the powder, making a soft crunching noise with each step. My legs felt heavy, as if the snow was pulling me down, making it harder to move quickly. It was frustrating, because all I wanted was to get away fast. The cold air burned my lungs as I tried to breathe steadily, but I couldn't stop looking back, even though I knew it wasn't safe. The street lights finally flickered back on after a few minutes, but by then I was almost home. The bright glow from the lamps felt like a relief, washing away some of the dark weight pressing on me. I kept moving, glancing at the familiar houses, the street signs, and the snowy sidewalks leading to my front door. When I finally stepped inside, closing the door behind me, I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't tell anyone what happened that night, mostly because it seemed so minor compared to other scary stories people talk about. There were no monsters or ghosts, no chase or fight, just a dark parking lot, broken street lights, and a creaking sound that I still can't explain. I've walked that same route 100 times since then, during all kinds of weather, and nothing like that ever happened again. The lights never went out like that, and I never heard the building make that sound. It was like the night decided to throw me that little scare, just enough to remind me that sometimes normal things can feel a little off. And when that happens, it's okay to trust your gut and get out of there. Looking back, I'm glad I didn't freeze up or try to figure it out. I just kept moving, even when it felt like the snow was trying to slow me down. It taught me something important. Sometimes the smallest, quietest moments are the ones that stick with you the most. And even if it's just a creak in the night, it can make you feel more alive than any big event ever could. When I was younger, me and some friends got this crazy idea to explore the old school at night. The place had been closed for years, empty and locked up tight, but we thought it would be exciting to sneak in and check it out. The fence surrounding the schoolyard was high, rusty, and covered with patches of sharp barbed wire. but we found a weak spot where the metal bent just enough to climb over without too much trouble. It was a cool night, not too cold, but with a chill in the air that made the hairs on my neck stand up. The moon was mostly hidden behind thick clouds, so the school grounds were dark except for the faint glow from the distant streetlights along the empty road outside the fence. We were all buzzing with nervous energy, whispers and muffled laughs filling the quiet air as we crouched low and took turns hoisting each other up and over the fence. My heart was pounding harder than I expected, maybe because of the thrill or maybe because something deep down told me to be careful. Once on the other side, the school looked even bigger and more abandoned than I'd thought. Windows were cracked, some boarded up, the paint peeling off the walls like dead skin. The playground swings squeaked softly in the breeze, their chains creaking a low, eerie song. We stuck close together, moving slowly around the perimeter, trying to keep our voices low. I remember feeling a strange mixture of excitement and fear, like we were trespassing on something forgotten, something better left alone. As we rounded the corner near the locker rooms, that's when I noticed it. A flicker of light coming from one of the classroom windows. It was strange because the school was supposed to be completely shut down. No power, no lights, nothing. The light flickered on and off like an old, faulty bulb struggling to stay alive. My stomach twisted into knots. I told myself it was probably just a streetlight reflection, or maybe some electrical fault nobody had fixed yet. But something about the way it blinked, the irregular pattern, made my skin crawl. We crept closer, trying to get a better look without making a sound. The window was grimy, half covered with torn blinds, but through the gaps I could see the faint outline of a room filled with rows of lockers lining the walls. The light came from a small lamp, or maybe a flickering emergency light near the ceiling. Then I saw it. At first, it looked like a shadow, a black silhouette forming against the flickering light. But it wasn't like any shadow I'd ever seen. It started out small, almost like ink being poured into water, spreading slowly and thickly, taking shape like a dark liquid filling a glass. The figure grew larger, slowly and smoothly, as if some invisible force was pulling it up and out of the darkness. Then it stopped, perfectly still, standing in front of the lockers. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The figure seemed to turn toward us. I didn't see a face, just a dark mass, but where the eyes should have been, there was a bright white glow, like two small lights shining directly at us. They weren't just reflections, they seemed to shine from inside the silhouette itself, cold and piercing. The whole thing felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't human, but it wasn't some supernatural ghost either. It was something else, something I've never been able to put into words. My legs trembled. My chest tightened like I was being squeezed from all sides. I wanted to look away but couldn't. The figure just stood there, staring right at us with those glowing eyes, not moving or blinking. I swear I could hear the sound of my heart pounding in my ears, the blood rushing in my head. Then, without warning, a loud bang echoed from inside the school, like a heavy door being slammed shut or maybe a locker being smashed. The sound shattered the silence and made me jump so hard I nearly lost my balance. That was the moment I snapped out of it. I grabbed my friends and shouted without words, just pulling them to run. We sprinted back to the fence, adrenaline screaming through our veins. The fence suddenly felt impossibly high as we scrambled over it, fingers clawing for purchase on the rusty bars. Behind us, the school was silent again, but the image of that dark silhouette with the glowing eyes burned in my mind. We didn't look back until we were far down the street, hearts still pounding, breaths ragged in the cold night air. Even now, years later, thinking about that night still sends chills down my spine. I've never been able to explain what that figure was, or why it appeared in that locked, empty school. No one else has ever reported seeing anything there, and the light was never on again when I passed by. It was just us that night, facing something that didn't belong in the real world, but wasn't a ghost or a story either. It was a moment when something completely unknown brushed up against reality, and it scared me more than anything else ever has. We were driving back from the dispensary, me and my friend, both just trying to chill and unwind after a long day. The sun was dipping low, that weird twilight where it's not quite dark yet, but the sky's lost its color and shadows start stretching. You know that time when you're turning on your headlights, but it's still light enough to see most things if you squint. That time, the road we took was one we rarely used, a little off the beaten path, quiet, kind of tucked away. It's the kind of road that's easy to forget exists unless you know it. It ran under an old bridge, one that was part of some construction zone or another. The kind of place that looked abandoned but wasn't, with construction signs, orange cones scattered around, and rough patches of gravel and dirt. We had picked up some medicine from the dispensary, medical, of course, and we were already feeling the buzz as we cruised back. Music low in the background, windows cracked open just enough for a little breeze. The kind of ride where you're relaxed, but your brain still notices little things, even if you don't want it to. The road curved under that bridge just before it got dark enough to feel unsettling. That's when I saw them. Two men, both wearing black hoodies with their hoods pulled up tight. It was weird enough that they were out here at this time, but what caught my eye was how they were moving, on the same bike. I don't mean one behind the other like you sometimes see kids do, no. One guy was pedaling, facing forward, steering carefully down the rough pavement under the bridge. The other was sitting facing him, perched on the handlebars like it was some kind of casual hangout. Both full-grown men, shoulders hunched against the evening chill, moving fast enough to catch my attention, but not so fast they looked reckless. That bike was not made for two grown men riding like that, especially down this narrow, isolated stretch of road surrounded by nothing but dirt, piles of construction material, and shadows stretching out under the failing light. Me and my buddy locked eyes for a moment, both of us frozen in this weird, uneasy silence. You know that feeling, like when you're coming up the stairs at night and suddenly think someone's right behind you. That prickly sensation crawling up your spine that sets your whole body on edge. But there's nothing there except your imagination. Or maybe there is. The two men didn't look our way, didn't slow down or hesitate. They passed under the bridge, disappeared quickly down the road that just kind of ended in nowhere. It was the kind of dead-end road that dead ends in a cluster of overgrown bushes and rusted-out old construction equipment, maybe a forgotten dirt path leading off into the woods. We didn't say a word. We just kept driving, the tension in the car growing heavier with each second. I kept replaying the image in my head, trying to figure out what the hell we'd just seen. Two grown men, dressed in black, riding one bike in a way that made no sense. It wasn't playful, it wasn't casual, it was off. There was something about the way they moved, like they were in a hurry but didn't want to be seen, like they belonged somewhere else, but were stuck here for a moment. We took the next turn quickly, trying to get back on a better road, out of that creepy little stretch. The air inside the car felt thick, like we were holding our breath without knowing it. We both glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them behind us, but there was nothing but the empty, dark road stretching back under the bridge. We didn't stop talking until we were miles away, in a busier part of town, lights buzzing over the streets, people around. Even then, the image stuck in my head. Where were those guys going? Why were they riding like that? And what the hell were they doing out here in the first place? I tried to shake it off, telling myself maybe they were just messed up or messing around. Maybe they were friends who figured out a dumb stunt to pass time. But the way they moved, it wasn't right. It was like they were trying to get somewhere fast, but didn't want anyone to know where. It was the kind of thing you see in movies where something bad is about to happen. For days afterward, I kept thinking about it every time I passed under that bridge or drove down that road. Every time the sun started to set and the sky turned that shade between day and night. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them again, just two shadows on a bike speeding toward nowhere. Out in the desert near Joshua Tree, California, the late afternoon sun was slipping behind the rocky hills, stretching long shadows over the dusty dirt roads. The air was dry and still, filled with the faint smell of creosote bushes and the crunch of brittle sage underfoot. I was out quail hunting, my Jack Russell Gus, trotting happily beside me, nose to the ground, occasionally stopping to flick his ears at some unseen rustle. Gus was a solid little dog, scrappy, full of energy, and usually calm in the field. He knew the drill, no sudden moves, no barking unless he found game. Today, though, would change all that. Joshua Tree's outskirts are a maze of dirt roads. They stretch on for miles, twisting and crossing through the scrub and rock. The more traveled intersections have actual stop signs, an odd sight in the middle of nowhere, but useful landmarks when the sun goes down. I'd been out longer than usual, pushing my luck, edging close to my bag limit. The birds had been plentiful, and I was keen to finish before nightfall, but I didn't bring a flashlight. I usually don't. I prefer hunting during daylight, and I know these roads well enough to find my way back. Still, as dusk crept in, the light faded fast. I was making my way back to the Jeep, my last bird tucked safely in my game bag, the soft click of Gus's nails on the hard-packed dirt behind me. The silence out here is thick. No city noise, no hum of traffic, just the occasional caw of a raven or the distant howl of coyotes starting their evening chorus. The desert was cooling quickly, and the shadows were growing deep, stretching over every ridge and valley. As I approached a four-way crossroads marked with 4 stop signs, the kind you'd see in a small town, Gus's behavior suddenly shifted. He went from relaxed to tense in seconds. His body stiffened, his hackles rose along his neck and back, and a low growl rumbled from deep in his throat. I froze, instantly alert, scanning the brush and the darkening outlines of the hills. Usually, Gus's alarms meant one of the local critters was near. Maybe a javelina rooting through the brush, a bobcat prowling in the shadows, or even a rattlesnake. But nothing moved, and the desert felt eerily quiet. I double-checked my shotgun, sliding in a couple extra shells. The cold metal felt reassuring in my hands as I scanned the area again, trying to pinpoint what had my dog so rattled. Then I saw it. Just beyond the intersection, standing near the stop sign diagonally across from me, was a creature unlike anything I'd expected to see in the desert. It was about 2.5 to 3 feet tall, with the shape roughly like a rooster. Thin neck, small head, wings folded against its sides, and long legs. I blinked, certain I was seeing things, preparing to scold Gus for freaking out over a big chicken. But before I could speak, the creature leapt. No running or hopping, but a sudden, smooth jump that took it from the ground straight to the top of the stop sign. It perched there like it owned the place, completely silent, like it was balancing on a tightrope. That was the moment all doubt vanished. This wasn't any kind of bird I'd ever heard of. The silhouette was wrong. The way it moved was wrong. My gut screamed at me that this was something dangerous. I raised my shotgun, keeping my finger near the trigger, and tried to hold Gus back, who was pulling hard at the leash, growling nonstop. The dog's instinct was clear. Whatever this thing was, it was bad news. I kept my eyes on the creature and noticed its eyes. Huge, glowing with an unnatural shine in the fading light, like tennis balls reflecting every bit of what little light remained. That's when I fired. Twice, quick and sure, both barrels. The blast echoed through the quiet desert, shaking loose the calm I'd felt just moments before. The creature sneezed. Yes, sneezed, an odd, almost human sound like a harsh cough. Then, without hesitation, it jumped down from the stop sign and darted into the nearby scrub. I reloaded quickly, heart hammering, but the thing was gone. Gus's growling slowed, and soon he was back to sniffing the ground like nothing had happened. But I didn't stay to watch. I ran all the way back to the Jeep, chest burning, legs aching from the sprint. When I climbed in, I flicked the headlights on and drove back down the road slowly, shining every light I had. The stop sign was peppered with holes and marks, the unmistakable signs that I'd hit my target. Since that night, I've never gone out in the desert without a sidearm, and I've kept Gus close at my side, his instincts proving to be as sharp as ever. That strange creature I saw, whatever it was, remains a mystery to me. But one thing's for sure, it's out there, lurking in the shadows of the Mojave, and I'm not about to meet it again unprepared. I was probably 8 or 9 years old when my uncle took me salmon fishing out in the boonies with a couple of his friends and their kids. It was sometime in the 1980s, and I remember it as a perfect day, the kind of day that makes you feel like nothing could ever go wrong. The sun was shining brightly, warming up the earth and the leaves on the trees. The air smelled fresh, a mix of pine, damp soil, and the faint scent of the river that we were headed to. We had set off early that morning, loaded down with gear, fishing rods, tackle boxes, coolers packed with sandwiches, and extra clothes. The whole group was in high spirits, the grown-ups chatting and laughing, the kids like me tagging along excitedly. The place we were headed to was pretty deep in the woods, far from the noise of the city or any houses. The path we were walking was narrow and winding, barely more than a trail made from repeated foot traffic, lined by tall trees on both sides that let specks of sunlight through their thick canopies. Birds chirped overhead, and every so often a squirrel or a chipmunk would dart across the path, disappearing quickly into the underbrush. At some point, the path crossed a dry creek bed. It wasn't really a creek anymore. Maybe it had been at one point, or maybe it only filled with water after heavy rains. But right then, it was completely dry. A small wooden bridge, maybe 5 feet long, spanned the creek bed. It looked old but sturdy enough, made of rough-hewn logs and planks that creaked slightly underfoot. The bridge wasn't anything special, but it was a relief to not have to climb down and up steep banks, especially since we were all carrying so much gear. I was walking across the bridge, the sun beating down and warming my face. The day was just perfect, and I was loving every minute of it. I looked around, soaking in the woods, the sounds, the smells, and feeling happy to be outside, away from the usual dullness of home. Then, as I reached the middle of the bridge, I glanced to my left. That's when I saw it. Lying in the middle of the dry creek bed was the bloated corpse of something that didn't make any sense at all. It looked like some kind of animal, but nothing I had ever seen or read about before. It was big, maybe 5 or 6 feet long, with skin that was pale and slimy in places, and stretched tight over its bloated belly. What made it so strange was its shape. It looked like a dolphin, but with legs, or maybe like a man with fish parts stuck on him. The body was twisted in an unnatural way, and flies buzzed all around it, lazily moving between the creature and the nearby dirt. I stared, frozen. It was hard to look away because it was so creepy. The thing had fins, yes, but no scales like a fish or a reptile. Its skin was smooth and rubbery, almost like the skin of a dolphin or a seal. Its eyes were the worst part, shark-like, dark and empty, staring blankly at the sky. The mouth was slightly open, showing rows of small, sharp teeth. I remember feeling sick to my stomach, but at the same time, I was curious. It was the weirdest thing I had ever seen, but I also knew this wasn't normal. I wasn't a dumb kid. I read the encyclopedia for fun. Back then, there was no internet or Google for quick answers, but I loved those big books that sat heavy on the shelf, full of pictures and facts. And nothing in any book I had read talked about a fish with legs. There was no such thing as a creature like this. No one else saw it. Everyone else was still behind me, chatting and carrying their gear. I kept looking at the creature for a few moments longer before forcing myself to keep moving forward. I never told anyone about what I saw. Not my uncle, not the other kids, not even my parents. That day, we spent hours by the river fishing. The water was cold and clear, and we caught some salmon, enough to make the trip worth it. The woods felt peaceful, and the strange thing in the creek bed felt like a secret buried somewhere deep in the forest, something I was not meant to see or understand. But that image stayed with me for years. I tried to forget it, but every time I thought about those woods or went fishing later, I remembered that creature. I wondered what it was, where it had come from, and if anyone else had ever seen something like it. Looking back now, I think I might have stumbled on something rare, or maybe something no one was supposed to find. I never saw anything like it again. It didn't move, and it wasn't alive anymore, but the way it looked, with that impossible mix of dolphin and human features, made my skin crawl. I never figured out what it really was, and I doubt anyone else ever will. The woods keep their secrets, and sometimes, those secrets look nothing like anything you expect. The sun was dipping low behind the trees, casting long shadows across the wide stretch of our farm field. The sky was painted with pale orange and fading blue, that eerie hour where daylight holds on just enough to make shapes look strange, but not enough to see clearly. My younger brother and I had grabbed our rifles earlier that afternoon, deciding to try and spot some coyotes before dark settled in. The wood line on the far side of our property was thick and shadowy, a perfect spot where those predators liked to prowl. We figured if we sat quiet and steady, maybe we'd get lucky. We made our way slowly through the knee-high grass, the dry stalks brushing against our jeans and boots, every step crunching softly. The air was sharp and cool, the smell of dirt and pine thick around us. My brother, a few years younger but already steady with a scope, found a spot near the edge of the field where we could look out across to the next tree line. I settled down behind a fallen log, knees on the ground, rifle steady in my hands. My brother crouched beside me, the lens of his scope aimed carefully across the field. We scanned the shadows, watching for movement. The wind was calm, but I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves from the woods, like whispers just out of sight. Every little sound made me tighten my grip. After a few minutes, my brother let out a sudden, sharp gasp. I turned to him, heart jumping. His face was pale, eyes wide, fixed through his scope. Without a word, He pointed across the field to something just at the edge of the firewood line. I squinted, trying to make out what he saw. There, barely visible in the dim light, was a huge, dark shape. At first, I thought it was a large coyote, but then my eyes caught the glowing green eyes staring back at us. They weren't the reflective eyes of a deer or fox. They were sharp, intense, and unnervingly bright. The thing was massive, too big to be any coyote I'd ever seen, almost like a bear, but the shape was wrong, leaner, taller, and strangely upright. We just stared at it, frozen in place. The thing didn't move at first. It was like it was studying us as much as we were studying it. The silence felt thick, the kind that presses down on your chest and makes it hard to breathe. My brother and I exchanged a quick glance, the same thought hanging between us. Shoot it. The first shot cracked through the twilight. The bullet hit somewhere around the creature's side. It flinched, then something strange happened. It seemed to straighten, as if it was standing up or growing taller. Suddenly, the thing looked even more human-like, but wrong. Its shape was broader, with long limbs that didn't quite match any animal I knew. It began moving toward us. My brother and I both jumped up, firing 2 more rounds in quick succession. The noise echoed across the field, and the creature didn't stop. Instead, it kept coming, slower now, but relentless. Fear hit me like a punch to the gut. We turned and ran, pounding through the grass as fast as we could, not daring to look back. Our boots thudded against the dirt as we sprinted almost half a mile, adrenaline pushing us past exhaustion. By the time we burst through the back door of the house, both of us gasping and shaking, the night had fully taken over the sky. The woods outside felt darker than ever, and an uneasy silence settled over the farm. We never saw that thing again, but after that night, every time I stepped near the woods, that cold feeling of being watched crawled over my skin. It was supposed to be a quick drive through West Texas. We were coming back from a trip I can barely even remember now. Something routine, nothing special. It was late, sometime around 3 in the morning, and the highways were mostly empty. I was with my mom, my uncle, and my grandmother, and we were all worn out. The long drive, the dark desert roads, and the tiredness building up, it all created this heavy feeling in the truck. One of those nights when even the air feels like it's pressing in on you. Somewhere along the way, we took a wrong turn. It wasn't the first time that night we got a little off track, but this time felt worse. There were no gas stations in sight, no signs with clear directions, just those long stretches of road with barely any lights. Only the moon and whatever glow the truck's headlights could pull from the dust. We started arguing over which way would get us back to the interstate. My uncle swore we should have turned right at the last split. My mom was frustrated and tired, gripping the steering wheel like it was about to fall apart. My grandma just kept repeating that she didn't remember seeing any of this on the way down. Then we passed a sign that read Iran. I hadn't heard of it before, but nobody really paid attention to the name. We were more focused on trying to find our way back to a familiar highway. The GPS was giving us nothing. Just a frozen blue dot on a blank screen. No signal. No data. I remember holding my phone up to the ceiling like that was going to magically bring it back to life. Eventually, we pulled into what looked like a residential street. Just rows of small houses, old but not exactly run down. It was the kind of neighborhood you'd expect in a small desert town, like something you'd see from the window of a Greyhound bus. The pavement was cracked, but not broken. Yards were mostly dirt, not grass, with a few half-dead bushes and the occasional sagging porch. The houses had lights on their porches, but none of them were lit. In fact, there wasn't a single light on anywhere. Not in the houses, not on the streets, not even the occasional flicker of a TV behind a window. Just pitch black, all except for our headlights. Then came the silence. It wasn't the kind of quiet you notice. It was the kind that slowly wraps around you until it starts to feel wrong. At first, I thought it was just the late hour. Most people would be asleep at 3 a.m., especially in a town this small. But it was more than that. No hum of air conditioners. No dogs barking. No cicadas. Not even the sound of the wind pushing against the truck. It was as if someone had hit a mute button on the world. We slowed down, still arguing half-heartedly, voices starting to drop off as the silence seemed to weigh on us. The tires rolled over loose gravel and small rocks, making the only sound in the world. My mom was driving, white-knuckled and staring straight ahead. My uncle was looking left and right. Windows rolled down halfway, as if expecting something to make itself known. My grandma just stared out her side of the truck, like she was trying to remember something buried deep. I was sitting in the back seat on the passenger side, leaning slightly forward between the front seats, looking up through the windshield. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a reflection, a trick of the light, maybe some weird glare from the windshield. But the more I stared at it, the clearer it became. A silver disc, perfectly smooth and silent, floating across the very top of the windshield, just barely within sight. Not fast, not slow. It wasn't spinning. It wasn't glowing. It just moved, completely steady, almost like it was sliding across a glass table, following some invisible line in the sky. It wasn't a drone. I know what drones sound like, and they don't move like that. It wasn't a bird or a balloon.